Good afternoon and welcome to this second edition of the Mobility Sphere Forum here in Brussels. After a very successful event in Amsterdam last October, we decided for this year's edition to address the topic of mobility and social cohesion. Very clearly, we're in a difficult period for environmental policies, for the ecological and climate transition. We see that in Europe, with the European elections looming, the Green Deal is currently facing harsh criticism, sometimes under attack, and clearly some of its key elements are now being jeopardized. The reasoning we have regarding these challenges for the EU is that most of the time, a reason why the Green Deal is currently under attack is because it affects issues of social cohesion, because it is perceived as unfair, because it is perceived as a burden that is unequally distributed between different stakeholders. And in this session here in Brussels, we would like to argue that public transport and mobility can be a strong vector of social cohesion and can help us put the Green Deal back on its track. But for this to happen, we need to consider that public transport can bring people together, can be a strong factor of social cohesion across Europe, and can help mend some of the divide that they've been noted recently when it came to transportation policy. Very clearly, road transport is a leading source of emissions across Europe. The objectives of the Green Deal cannot be met if we do not address public transport. But at the same time, that we need to decarbonize road transport, and clearly public transport will be a great way and an essential way to decarbonize road transport, we need to consider that we can actually kill two birds with one stone, and that public transportation can also be a way to bring back social cohesion and to mend some of the divides that have been noted recently. And I think that this topic not only resonates very strongly with the key issues that the EU is facing right now, at a time of electoral campaign, but is also at the core of what the Mobility Sphere as a think tank intends to do. That is to bring together different practitioners, stakeholders, public transport operators, users, academics, journalists, in trying to think together what could be some practical solutions that can help us move forward and that can help us imagine what the mobility of tomorrow can look like. And very clearly, we've often built cities that were based on individual cars. And while cars remain an important part of the equation, there is also a sense that we will need to do this together and not just each of us individually. And not only does public transportation bring people together, but it is also through the topic of public transportation that we can achieve some of the key objectives of the Green Deal. And these objectives are not just environmental objectives, but they need to be social objectives as well. And if we don't bring together environmental issues and social cohesion issues, I'm afraid that we will fail on both sides. But if we bring them together, we can actually succeed on both sides. And this is really what this afternoon intends to do, to make us think together and to make us reflect on the ways forward that can transform the current paradigm of mobility. And for this, we'll have different distinguished speakers addressing the topic in different roundtables. We'll have also some sessions with keynote speakers and, of course, exchanges with the audience. But for the time being, please join me in welcoming on stage the CEO of Transdev, Thierry Mallet. Thierry, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, François, and thank you to be with us today for this exchange. I'd like to share with you a few convictions, a few ideas, what we see through Transdev, which is, just as a reminder, a company with 100,000 employees around the world, transporting every day 12 million people. And I'd like to share with you a few ideas. First of all, and that's not a surprise, that mobility clearly is at the crossroad of significant issues. Of course, economic. We know that without mobility, there is no exchange, and that's very important. Social. Without mobility, you can't grow, you can't learn, you can't develop yourself, you can't see other things than what you do every day or what you see every day. Geographical, in order to avoid to have a geographical divide, it's very important for people to be able to move and not to create places where you are basically stranded. And it is also important from an environmental point of view. Transport represents about 25% of the total EU emissions, CO2 emissions, and so we will not be able to solve and to reach our targets without looking at transport as a key element where we need clearly to reduce our emissions. And the Green Deal should be clearly an opportunity to think about the model, the transport model, to come up with different solutions, and to be able to think about the way we move and what we need exactly for tomorrow. But today, it is faced with significant criticism, especially some of the ideas that have been put on the table, both at European level and sometimes at country level, are being highly criticized, and I'd like to come back to that. It is because mobility is not a given, even today. First of all, mobility has a real cost for people. It represents about, on average, 13% of household income is dedicated to mobility, which is quite significant. And when you look at low level of salary on modest people, it can go up to 25%. So it can be very, very significant. Second, with the increase of energy cost, it has blocked certain people, limiting their capability to be able to move. And one of the consequences has been clearly in France, the yellow vest, which was the consequences of a rise of energy cost and also of a CO2 tax, which shows that people sometimes are in a very sensitive spot when it comes to cost. We have a lot of people who are basically stranded because they have no solution in part of the population, not necessarily in city centers, but in suburbs, in rural areas. And in a study in France, it was shown that 24% of people in France had to turn down a training or a job because there was not an efficient means of transport to get there. So they had to go for another job that was not what they wanted because they could not get to the place where they needed to go. And it's clear that some of the policies that have been designed as part of the Green Deal could, if not implemented in the right way, extend the number of people stranded or with difficulty to be able to move. We should not forget that the first objective of public transport was not to decarbonize mobility, but to ensure that people can move freely. And we need to ensure that if we want to have an inclusive action on transport, we need first to start solving the problem of people who have difficulty to move today before looking at decarbonizing even the mobility. Otherwise, those people are going to be even more stranded in the future than they are today. And I see three conditions in order to be able to succeed in designing a solution which will be inclusive and will take into account social cohesion. The first is clearly understand the needs. The needs are very different territory by territory. It's not the same for city center, for suburb, for rural areas. And something that we miss is that today, in our model, and that was mentioned by François, the car is essential. In Europe, when you look at daily mobility, depending on the country, between 75 to 85% of the kilometers done every day by the European citizen is done by car. Public transport is between 10 to 20% at best of the kilometers. So we have to take a point of view which is not city-centric, because the reality of the people is that car is used everywhere, because sometimes that's the only solution available. And since the 50s, we have designed cities and places where we live for cars first and not necessarily for shared mobility. And 50% of the kilometers, and I think it's important to speak about kilometers, 50% of the kilometers that of daily mobility is linked to commuting between your home and your work. And if you add going to university and to school, you go up to 65%. So it's clearly a constraint mobility that you will not be able to change tomorrow. And that's why sometimes the car is the only solution, especially if you live far away in the suburbs. Clearly, we could solve that with a new urbanism, and we will discuss it, but it will take time. It's the right time to start working today, using a good Chinese proverb. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is now. So it means that even if it takes 20 or 30 years, we need to start acting differently to have a different world where tomorrow mobility could be less needed or could be different. And I think that one response to mobility is proximity. We need to have designed it from the start. Another element, when it comes to the solution that we'll be implementing, we need to be sure that the solution we implement are at the same time economically and technologically available, and they're up to scale. So we are able to scale up the solution, and we don't have to stop along the way because it's too expensive. Let's not start by looking at solutions that will cost 1,000 euro per ton, because we will have to stop along the way. That's, for instance, the example of what happened with the electrical car at 100 euro in France. They had to stop after 50,000 cars because it was too expensive for the budget of the state. So it means, clearly, it's a nice solution, but it doesn't work. You can't put it up to scale. It would be too expensive. Therefore, you need to have solutions that can be up to scale, not to serve a small part of the population, but a large part of the population. For instance, in Europe, we do speak a lot about trains, especially to serve suburbs, because we know that the big next target will be our ability not to serve city centers, if we want to remove cars from city centers, but to serve the suburbs, so the people who don't have a service, who take their car, can give up their cars. We speak a lot about rail, which could be a solution. It's by definition an expensive one and will take time. And there is a solution which is looming in Europe, which is a simple one, which is express coaches, which can use the road, which can be a solution by which you will replace part of the trip done by car. And we've done a few lines in France, about 30 kilometers long, with 4 stops on over 30 kilometers. And we have more than 1,000 people per day using them from day one, because they are able to save money. They save 200 euro per month of gas. And instead of doing 30 kilometers by car, they do probably 5 to 10 kilometers to go to the coach stop, and then they run by car and by coach, and they get into the city center. Just a very example to put in place. It costs much less than the train, only 1/10 of the cost of a train. So it means that you can actually, with half of the cost, you are able to multiply by 4 the frequency. And people are looking at quality of service to give up their car. Just an example of simple solution that may not be very sexy, but that works. And tomorrow, those coaches, of course, will be electrical, and so it will not be an issue anymore. That's a type of solution, but I could speak about transport on demand. I could speak about other solutions. And if you just have to do 5 or 10 kilometers to go to a coach stop, you may be able to use your bike. You will never be able to use your bike along the way. Even in the Netherlands, which is usually taken as an example when it comes to bicycle, only 8% of the daily kilometers are done by bike, not 30 or 40%. Even in the Netherlands, when you look at daily mobility, 70% of the kilometers are done by car. So we have to be realistic about what we can do. And tomorrow, clearly, what we'll have to do is a series of different solutions together, where cart will be part of the solution. If the cart is today 70%, if we can make it tomorrow 40 or 60%, it will be already a nice move. If we can use them much less, it will be already a nice move. We will not get rid of the car in our model, not today with the cities we have. And the last point is really to act differently than what we have done in the past. Be sure that we have realistic trajectory. We should not forget that the energy transition, what is in front of us, is not a speed race. It's not about stopping breathing for 1 week and it's going to be done. It's about a long distance race, a long distance that we will have to run over 30 years. So it means if solutions are not realistic, are not acceptable, we will stop, we will go backwards. It has happened in the past. You can look at the CO2 tax, for instance, in Australia, which was voted and then removed. If we go this way, we'll have a real difficulty to be sure that we are moving in the right direction. And that's one of the challenges that we have today. So it means sometime, because we are in a hurry, we need to slow down to be sure that we have a good sound solution that we can implement over the full geography over a long period of time. That's very, very important, and that will be my message. And one last message, when I saw the communication of the transport minister last week, European transport minister, who mentioned two solutions. They mentioned trains between European cities, and they mentioned bicycles. And in between, I believe there is much more that we need to look in order to serve the people every day. It means that maybe they are not looking at the same way we look at the world today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thierry. And it is now my pleasure to introduce Daniel Maes, who works in the cabinet of the EU Commissioner for Climate Action, and he will provide some insights about what climate action could look like in the future in the EU and what which role transportation will play in those plans for climate action. So, Daniel Maes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, and Thierry, also thanks for that call for urgent attention as well, which is always good. It's indeed a special time for climate action. It's a special day, not only for those of you who come from Madrid or München who had a very good football night yesterday night. My team is not playing anymore, so I can be a gracious loser, congratulating the ones who win. Now, I'm starting with football because when it comes to the European Green Deal and climate action, we are a bit at half-time. We played the first half, and now have a state-of-the-art climate framework with emission reduction targets by 2030, and then going to climate neutrality by 2050. We see some good results, notably in the development of renewables already. But as I said, it's the first half, and there will be a second half. And in that second half, I think it will look a bit different than the first half, to be honest. On the one hand, we do need to play that second half because the urgency of acting on climate action hasn't gone away. Thierry, you referred to the cost of parts of the transition in mobility, but if you look at the cost of not acting, we see that too. The cost of cleaning up after the floods in Slovenia is 10% of their GDP. It's 10% of what the entire country earns in a year. And we see some staggering numbers also coming from the impact of the floods in Belgium, in Germany, the forest fires in the Mediterranean. So that is really important to keep in mind. And I think that governments will also increasingly look at it that way. But at the same time, if you have developed targets, of course, people who lead their daily lives are starting to ask questions. What happens to my mobility indeed? Will I be able still to move around, to work, back home in a comfortable manner? Will I be able to afford it? And will there actually be jobs in the ones who produce, for instance, the vehicles of the future? And those are genuine questions too. And in that second half, those aspects would need to be tied together in a better way. So it must be a Green Deal that is indeed geared towards having the business case for the transition, so simplifying to reach the targets and make sure that we have a competitive Europe and a competitive industry with jobs to start with, and people really need to feel the sense that it's fair and that they are part of this, can be part of it, and it's affordable. And Thierry, you're absolutely right, that should not only go for the people in the cities, but especially also for those in the rural communities who will indeed rely on the car or perhaps express services, as you mentioned, to move around. So that will be a bit the take of that second half. And mobility, obviously, is as clear is at the heart of that. Now, what could that mean in practice? We are, of course, now in the stage where we are launching a bit ideas for after the elections, what the next Commission could pick up, depending on what the outcome of those elections are. And I think that 3 S's will actually be important. A stable framework, a single market, so the European market that we use in a more strategic way, and also a smart multimodal system where, indeed, the part of the transport mix reflect what people actually need to move around. Now, to start with the stability of the framework, and here I can react to a piece of news today. So ASEA, the automotive representations in Europe, came out with the sales figures for cars over the most recent sales figures. And you see what happens, indeed, in the shift to electric cars when policies, for instance, purchase subsidies or other types of incentives are not stable and roll back. You immediately see a stagnation in the amount of cars, electric cars that are being sold. Now, that is a point that we need to start addressing also at the European level a bit more seriously, not only because of the sustainability of the transition, but also purely because these car companies have now decided to invest in these electric cars, and no matter what you think of the overall direction of the shift in personal mobility, capital destruction is never a good idea. So these investments need to be protected, so we need to have this serious conversation across Europe, how we make these policies to stimulate the demand for electric cars more stable. And that is not only, by the way, purchase incentives or tax incentives, it's also about stimulating the second-hand market, the third-hand market, where lots of work can be done. It's also about these type of initiatives. And my boss, Wopke, had a session on automotive, and it was exactly one of the deep dives that he promised. So a more intense dialogue, because Europe has structures in place to talk about reforms, economic reforms across Europe, and I think that the stability of that type of purchasing side is quite important. And then I get to the second part, strategic use of the internal market, and here I will come to public transport, actually, which is indeed still a very important part of our mobility mix. I think that the signing of the European Cycling Declaration was a bit the reason why the transport minister spoke a lot about bikes, but at least in our cabinet we haven't lost sight of the importance of public transport. But here actually comes in this strategic use, what I mean with that, of our single market. Actually, when you look at the vehicles that are being sold, the buses are actually leading the pack, the zero-emission buses, be it electric or hydrogen. A quarter of the new bus sales is zero emission, so they're actually way ahead of other segments. But at the same time, when you look at then what that means in terms of European Green Deal, we're starting to see a lot of red in it. And by that I mean Beijing and China. So we see a lot of movements from Chinese bus makers into that segment. And, you know, it will be a political priority to make sure that our European bus makers have a role to play in this transition and have a fair share of these economic opportunities. And then you get to tendering, because most of these buses are bought by tenders. We currently have a system where it's purely based on the race to the lowest price. And I think we should also look a bit more strategically at that, care about jobs in Europe, and also look at the quality of a bus. So how long it lasts and the social footprint that was in there that made it. Now, then I am, of course, also realistic and know that immediately that means another cost structure for cities who buy this, which means that we have to be a bit more serious about how can we help cities and regions to then do that. We have lots of European alliances in place, 200 cities that are working on the energy transition. And we should probably use that more strategically as well to see can they band together in buying buses together so that also the price becomes more affordable. That was another outcome of that dialogue geared on automotive. It was a dialogue where both DG GROW, the industry department, and the climate department were present. And if the two of them agree that that is an important thing to look at, the tendering in an area like buses, together with these cities, I think that's worthwhile. And then I get to the smart multimodality of the entire system. Biking was already mentioned. The European Cycling Declaration does mean that EU policies are geared towards more cooperation with cities and regions to stimulate cycling. I actually think that's a good thing, and we will continue doing that in a Team Europe approach. Biking has now emancipated as a full part of this mix, and that movement should continue. But of course, it needs to seamlessly work with public transport. The point is not to take people out of a bus and then put them on the bike. It's actually the two of them working together to make sure that emission reductions and livable cities are achieved. And multimodal also means that you have to look at what comes into your city or region. We will continue to work with the train sector to improve, to help them improve the quality of the service. But actually, if I look at the strategic mobility agenda that might end up at the plate of the next commission, I think that sustainable flying will actually realistically be a next frontier to really tackle. Biokerosene, sustainable aviation fuels are really important to make sure that flying is also going into the future. We have lots of work ahead of us to make sure that actually those things are also produced in Europe, so also have job opportunities in Europe. So we will have a serious discussion on, you know, the incentives that we built in our emissions trading system to have more of that fuel production in Europe to have that off the ground. And we need to creatively look at a mix of public and private investment to make it happen. Decarbonized flying hasn't always been front and center in what we've been doing, but I expect that it will be a next frontier alongside all these other things that we need to work on. So quite a big second half ahead of us, but you know, I think that it's not only a question of playing a second half, but it's also it should become even more a team sport. A team sport in the sense that we have to do this together with the public transport and all these other economic operators. We have to do it together with regions and cities so that everybody, come the moment where we have to have another look again at our climate framework, people really have the sense it was fair, it's inclusive, I can be a part of it, and that we can really only achieve together. So there will be more outreach to industry and other communities happening so that ultimately, I hope at least, we can have a next session where we say we made movements both by going in the right direction, and yes, we made sure that citizens can be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Danielle, for this keynote. It is now time to introduce the panelists of our first roundtable, and this roundtable has been entitled Fostering Unity Through Mobility. And the question we will ask the panelists is whether or not transportation can be a driving force for social cohesion in Europe. And for this, I would like to call on stage Sébastien Bailleul, who's the Director of Institutional and European Relations with Wimoov, coming from France, Barbara Stoll, who's the Director of the Clean Cities campaign from the UK, Philippe van Parijs, who's a philosopher and economist very well known here in Belgium and beyond, as well as Jillian van der Graag, who's Senior Policy Advisor of the City of Amsterdam. Thank you to the four of you. I shall sit with you, and I suggest we start immediately, and I will start by asking each of you to provide your initial thoughts and answer to the central question of this roundtable: can transportation be a driving force of social cohesion in Europe? Would like to start, Sébastien? Yeah.
Thank you. I just would like to apologize for my accent. As you see, I'm French, and as a good French, my English not so good. But I would.
People outside of France love it. I know the French are ashamed of that, but outside of France, it's considered as a very sexy accent. So no need to be ashamed. A lot of women will ask for your phone numbers at the coffee break.
So I'm Sébastien Bailleul. I'm in charge of advocacy for Wimoov, or if we say it in English, it's Wimoov. So Wimoov is an organization in France that works in inclusive mobility, and I will explain you later what we are doing very concretely. I'm quite disappointed because Mr. Mallet, as we say in Africa, you have walk on my tongue. You know, you have said everything I wanted to say about the fact of what is mobility for people who are in difficulties to move in their daily mobility. We have made in Wimoov daily mobility barometer, un baromètre des mobilités du quotidien, and we have done an indicator which is a precarious mobility situation for people. In France, we have today 30 million of people who are in precarious mobility. What does it mean? We have many subjects about it, but two main factors. One factor is people who don't have any choice in their mobility, in their daily mobility. There is no transport, no car, I can't move. The other main factors is people who are completely dependent of the car. If you put together these factors, 30 million of people in France don't have the choice, who thinks that they don't have the choice of their mobility. It's important to have this fact in mind, because when you speak about mobility, is also how people are living it in their daily use. What I think about the solution I have in my area, in my field. You said 25% of working people have refused a job or training because of mobility problems. I would like to say also that 20% of senior citizens don't leave their home only leave their home 2 times a week because of problems of mobility. So it's really a social question. If you look at the car-dependent situation, if in France, 70% of people are dependent of their car to move. When you look at the rural area, it's less than 90% of people. So it's quite important to see that this is a kind of vicious circle. You see, you are you live far from the center of the cities, you don't have many money, you don't have solutions, you can't move, so you can't find a job, and this is a cycle like that. So it's really important to begin from the needs of the people and see that mobility is not only a question of going from one point to the other. Mobility for us is a right. You have right to get a job, to get healthcare, things like that. So mobility is really a right for everyone, and the solutions that we have is not so innovating for some people, but I think it is. It's just put human in the center of what we are doing. You said it on the introduction. Our main activities is just train, support and advise people, and for that we are working with people who are job seekers, people who are on social welfare, young people in suburbs, and all those people who don't have any solution, and it's important to work with them on the obstacles that they have. We always thinking of financial or material obstacles for mobility. I don't have money, I can't buy a car. I don't have money, I can't have a driving license. I don't have money, I can't have a public transport subscription. But there is also cognitive and psychosocial obstacles to mobility, and we have to take care and be aware of that thing, cognitive and psychosocial, and put the people on the center, starting with their needs and realities, working with them to identify the solution, and they have to know that there are solutions, and enable them to move around sustainably and responsibly. It's part of our job. This is how Wimoov creates, as we say, local mobility platforms. So this is a place where we meet people, and where people can find resources and information about solution of mobility of their area. And we have created a profession of mobility advisor, mobility council, mobility advisor, to provide individualized support to people and help them to find solution. We have today, more than 100 of local platforms in France. We try to help around 30,000 people each year, but as I said, 30 million people in precarious mobility situation, 30,000 people that we can help a year. So the gap is very, very high, very important. But when we do accompanying, when we do advising, when we are with the people, with the human, and try to see the needs, we can have an impact. We can help them to their profession and social inclusion. Just one thing, we enable 1 in 2 people to find a job after our support. So 1 in 2 people after advice, after an information, after help, after solution, can go and find a job. This is one point, but we have also another impact. They save money because moving costs a lot for these people. So they save money. They are connected to the communities. And last but not least, because we are talking about ecological issues, when we support people, it makes 30% of energy savings because it will not use a car, an individual cars, but will use transport public and alternatives. For us, it's important to work at the local fields and to work with local authorities, but also with private companies to find solutions, because we know that today we know that today there is an important to find the economical model, yeah, for mobility. We have done 30 years of mass transit, and we know the model how it works like that. But when we have to find alternatives and show that it can work and it can work everywhere, we have to build like these things. I'm not too long. A little bit. I saw in your eyes that I was too young. So I will say another thing after that. But for us, you understood that mobility is a subject of social cohesion, because this is a question of justice between citizens and justice between territories, between regions. It should be a cross-functional issue, because inclusive vision must be seen as a social issue, as an ecological issue, as an economical issue, and we have to work on these multi-dimensional issues to find solution. I will explain after that the thing I wrote there.
We'll have a second round, don't worry. Thank you very much, Sébastien. I would like now to turn to Barbara. So Barbara, you run the Clean Cities campaign, because this is also a matter of public health, and this is also an issue that is creating tensions, including tensions that you've experienced yourself very directly.
Absolutely, and you can ask me about that afterwards. But yeah, so thank you so much for the opportunity, and it's an honor to be here today with you all. So my name is Barbara Stoll. I'm the founder and director of Clean Cities, which is part of Transport and Environment, which hopefully needs not a lot of introduction in this space. So basically, we are an organization, a network of about 100 civil society organizations across Europe. And what we do is we do research and analysis, and we also build public support for sustainable transport policies. So we're kind of important in that. Because we are directly in touch with the citizens, and we try and build that sort of acceptance towards some of these policies that don't always go down well, you know, like the low emission zone in London. So what I wanted to talk to you about today, and first of all, just to share like a personal anecdote, was that, you know, one of the reasons I took interest in the topic of urban transport and urban design was because since a long age, since I was very, very young, I had this curiosity about human happiness. And I was like passionately like researching like what constitutes a happy human being. And I looked into it, and I kind of had this intuition that actually, you know, happier people tend to live in places that look better, feel better, are greener, they're like freer to move around, the air is cleaner. And so I thought, okay, that's something, that would be a good job for me. And so bingo, I'm here now. And it turns out science tells us that, you know, better cities create happier humans. And so if we want to unpack this a little bit, and in particular with today's topic, which is social cohesion, and I did my homework, I actually looked up the definition. So there's 5 factors for social cohesion. One is inclusion, second, belonging, third is recognition, fourth is participation, and fifth is legitimacy. And so when we look at our cities, and that's of course our main concerns at the Clean Cities campaign, how do cities foster this? How do they score? Well, in many cities today, we have major challenges because transport, the way it works is it divides communities. The highly inefficient use of space and resources, from overly heavy cars and inefficient internal combustion engines to congestion and parking, many of our cities are choked by cars. Roads cut across places, people have no easy access where they can connect with each other, there are no safe streets for children to play around, no benches, not enough pedestrianized areas, green spaces. So they all go against, you know, this kind of idea of connection and fostering human well-being. And also, we should mention toxic air pollution, which kills 300,000 people a year in Europe alone. And in addition to that, the long-term exposure to transport noise pollution kills about, or causes premature deaths of 11,000 in Europe, and an additional 40,000 new cases of coronary heart disease. So it sounds pretty depressing if you ask me. Also, not to mention that people sit long hours in traffic, which kind of adds to the sedentary lifestyle, which so many of us, you know, are basically doing. And why is that? Because they are forced to drive, because the distances they need to cover are too large. So they are forced to sit in that car, and they cannot otherwise meet their daily needs. I also looked into recently the EU loneliness survey from 2022, and it turns out the most prevalent, the loneliness is the most prevalent in no other than Ireland, where 1 in 5 people report being lonely. And in the Clean Cities campaign, as I already mentioned to you, we do lots of research. One of the things that we do is we compare cities to each other when it comes to sustainable urban mobility. And guess who scored really, really badly recently in our city ranking report? It was Dublin. So there's a huge correlation there. So, okay, after the depressing bit, I'm going to now get on to the more positive bits, because we do have good news. We know that the way cities are organized has a huge impact on social cohesion and human happiness, and so therefore we can do a lot about it, and we are the people to make that happen. In an age where societies are more divided than ever, you know, due to technology, social media, etc., we can build cities and transport systems that can be our symbol and a way to reconnect to each other. The solutions for urban mobility and social cohesion, in my opinion, go hand in hand. So, in terms of what we think at the Clean Cities campaign are the 4 pillars for sustainable urban mobility are, first of all, we need to reallocate public space from cars to people for communities to thrive. Second of all, we need to create the enabling conditions for more active mobility, for more walking, more cycling, even more scooting. Sorry to say that, but you know, in the right framework, that could work as well. The promotion and investment in robust, accessible, and reliable public transport networks. So we're in the right place again for that, which have to be the backbone of any healthy, well-working city. And finally, for any trip that cannot be completed otherwise, we need only zero-emission vehicles to circulate. And we know that there are cities who are doing the right thing. We don't need to go very far. Amsterdam, there's Vienna, there's smaller cities like Pontevedra in Spain. So we know that there are good examples. The solution is to look at how mobility needs and a fair, cohesive city go together. Instead of portraying any change as a threat, let's look at this as an opportunity. And I did promise that I would talk about London a little bit, but maybe a bit later. So one of the interesting things that we also found recently in the Clean Cities campaign is that the more sustainable the mobility system of a city, the happier it is. So what we did was, in our city ranking report, Oslo, Amsterdam, Copenhagen, and Helsinki scored really highly. And guess what? In the World Happiness Index, those 4 countries are the top happiest countries of the world. So, there is a huge, huge correlation there. We also know that people who commute more by sustainable modes are happier, even when controlling for other factors that influence happiness. And finally, we also know that less car use increases social interactions on the street, and it also increases social interaction in the community. We also know that it leads to more physical activity, which then leads to a healthier society all in all. And surveys routinely show that society wants this. Over 80% of the European urban population, according to our polling, shows that people want more green space. People want more walking, more cycling, more space for them to live. So how can we make all of this happen? Well, we have the solution. What we need is ambitious and visionary local leadership. And that leadership, and we have good mayors across Europe, like, Warsaw has done pretty well recently. We have a great mayor in Budapest. We have lots of great mayors. We have Anne Hidalgo. We have Sadiq Khan in the UK, not exactly the European Union, but, close enough. So basically what we need is local leadership, vision, ambition, and we need a national government that ideally doesn't completely, put obstacles in the way, which often is sometimes the case. We also need to create these conditions for people to be able to move around differently. Different trips require different ways of moving around. We need to give people options, and we need to make sure that we take advantage of the low-hanging fruits. And that can be some paint on the road, some bike lanes, or, it can be more affordable public transport journeys. We also need to get companies on side, and we need to do this together. And this has already been said. And finally, we need to take care of the most vulnerable and the most exposed in our society, who are often the ones who bear the brunt of the cost of the transition. And of course, this has already been mentioned, and I loved your expression of precarious mobility. So we need to do this together. And so my final point would be that together, I think we can create a system that is fair, equitable, clean, and happy. And so changing the way we move around in our cities is a win-win for people, the environment, and also social cohesion alike. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Let me now turn to Philippe. Philippe, anyone who's ever been in a taxi in Brussels know that this is a city with major problems when it comes to traffic. Brussels has also introduced in recent years traffic plans that have proved sometimes controversial, such as the Good Move plan, and Minister Elke van den Brand will say a few words about that. How do you see these issues of social cohesion and mobility from a viewpoint in Brussels?
Okay, I'll answer this question in a concrete way by using two examples. But let me first say that, contrary to my neighbors, I'm not at all an expert, and I've been invited not as an academic, but as an activist. And I'm an activist on many fronts, and on each of these fronts, I feel I have to act as an opportunistic utopian. So I believe we need utopias, so a direction in which to go, but we need to be opportunistic. We need to be on the lookout for opportunities to go forward, and then be ready to make some compromises in order to make steps in the right direction. And as regards mobility in particular, my leitmotif is no sustainable mobility without enjoyable immobility. And that is key to the relationship, in my view, to the relationship between mobility and social cohesion. So I'll illustrate that with two examples. Example number one, in 2016, the universities of Louvain and Leuven celebrated the 500th anniversary of the publication in Leuven of Thomas More's Utopia. And I coordinated a year-long series of events on utopias for our times. And in that context, I was asked, if you have one utopia that's particularly close to your heart, what would it be? And I answered, Louvain-la-Neuve à Bruxelles. And what does that mean? Not only that when you build a new university town, you start by with the train track, and then you put the rectorate of the university on top of the station, which might have been a good idea in Sartillemont, by the way, for the University of Liège. And anyway, that's. But what is of particularly relevance for today's event is that the basic idea for the residential areas in Louvain-la-Neuve was that streets are, in the first place, a space in which children must be able to play. In the second place, cars must be able to park. And in the third place, cars must be able to move in order to go where they need to park, but while respecting the hierarchy. And if you have that hierarchy, then the relationship between the adults in the street becomes very different, because the children of each become the children of all. And that creates a different form of relationship between people, and no doubt a higher level of social cohesion than we would otherwise have. Okay, I spent a number of years in Louvain-la-Neuve. I remain a fan of Louvain-la-Neuve, but I felt in exile out of Brussels. And 25 years ago, I returned to Brussels, and I felt, okay, we need to do something in that direction. And I spent literally hundreds of hours on two things. I wasted time also on things that turned out to be unsuccessful, but on two things that succeeded. One was the first two cycle paths on the Rue de la Loi, which was extremely important, not only for symbolic reasons and joining the European Commission to the Belgian Federal Parliament, but also for pragmatic reasons. Cyclists know that there is a difference between a bridge, which the Rue de la Loi is, and a valley where you have to go down and then go up again. But I won't speak about that. I'll just mention that Elke van den Brandt, who will join us, managed during the COVID time, managed to double I thought about all these hours it took us as a residence committee to get the first two ones, all the opposition and so. But during the COVID, she managed overnight to double the number of cycle paths, because COVID could excuse a number of things, including it. So now we have 4 cycle paths on the Rue de la Loi. But the example on which I want to focus and end is another one. So in 2012, I published an opinion piece in Dutch and in French under the title Picnic the Streets. And in that opinion piece, I invited people to sit down every Sunday in the middle of the central lanes of Brussels that joined Gare du Midi, North Station to South Station, double 2 lanes on each side, cars parked on the side. Impossible. We must stop that. And so I invited people to sit in the middle of those boulevards. I said at the end of the piece, look, I mean, this is not for an old philosopher to organize all that, and so the Facebook generation can do that far better. But I've been in prison only once in my life, and I'm ready to go back. I'll be there, and I'll be ready to go back for such a good cause. On the same evening, I already had 3 people who say, we are going to create a Facebook event group or something. I didn't know what it was, but I said, go ahead, and but just synchronize on the date. And we had then a first picnic. So it was, the mayor first said, this is not authorized. I'm going to send the police. But by the time there were 3,000 people saying, we'll be there, we said, this is a very charming idea, completely in line with my policy. And anyway, it happened. The weather was nice. You need a bit of luck for the thing. So pass a number of details. It was before the local elections. And so first one party said, promise something, then another promised a bit more, a bit less vague, etc. Then it was in the declaration of the majority, but nothing happened. So we needed to make repeat picnics for some time. And then we got it. So at this point, I must thank Radisson for having kindly put some pictures on the walls in order to illustrate that. So in fact, these lanes went through 3 squares, which they demolished completely. One is the Place de Bruckère on the right, and there you can see still at the time when it was not pedestrian, some people crossing the street. And the other one is Place de la Bourse, which you can see on the right. But these boulevards were made, and so with some sort of Haussmannian ambition at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th, to enable people to walk there. And on the old pictures, you can see people walking with their dogs, with their kids, occasionally a horse coming by, but they were enjoying the space. And then you had a few cars. Later pictures, you can see a few cars. Wow, what a curiosity. And then, of course, the curiosity became a calamity as cars took more and more space. And so it was essential to change that. And so it took a while. It cost the job of, we needed 3 mayors, successive mayors to get it through. But the current mayor, Philippe Close, was present at the protest picnic, the first one, despite the fact that he was an échevin in the majority and that his mayor, Tielemans at the time, was not very keen. Anyway, we got it. And I finish with that, what's the relationship between mobility policy and social cohesion? And the connection was evident enough in the first example I gave, Louvain-la-Neuve, Brussels. But here too, squares are so important. Of course, it doesn't give the same intimacy as these streets that can be places for kids. But this is where people of all categories of the Brussels population come together. There was a very moving moment, not so long after the squares had become provisionally pedestrianized, after the attacks. And so you had people, of course, Muslims and not Muslims, joining together, writing with chalk on the floor of the Place de la Bourse, l'union fait la force, meaning no longer liberals and Catholics as when Belgium was founded, or Walloons and Flemings, but Muslims and non-Muslims, we must be all together. You had all these little candles all over, and flowers, and people crying around it together. So that's how you form not only a crowd, but the people. You must have these places where you can come together, meet, and sit on benches. And so that's, I mean, I just give these two examples. I'm sure you have many more in your minds. But I mean, I believe in the extreme importance of social cohesion. And if only for that reason, but also for many other reasons that I've mentioned, an intelligent mobility policy that must be at the same time a policy of enjoyable immobility.
Thank you, Philippe. Jillian, it's no coincidence that the first event of the mobility sphere took place in Amsterdam, and indeed when it comes to mobility, we often look up to Amsterdam as the ideal city. How have you done that? What have been the challenges, and what are the challenges that you're encountering today when it comes to social cohesion? How do you view these? Because in the Netherlands as well, there is currently a backlash against environmental policies and climate action. So you, contrarily to what we would have hoped, the Netherlands have not been spared by this movement.
Oh, thank you very much. There's lots to tell. Unfortunately, of course, there are challenges if we talk about the city of Amsterdam, because we're a very ambitious city. We have a zero-emission ambition in 2030. And I think, well, the other panelists already talked about space allocation, one of the very important elements of have a city more sustainable, and just be aware of how you divide the space in the city. So if you look at pictures of cities nowadays, you see still there's a lot of space allocated for cars. Normally there's just one person in the car. And if you look to public transport, but also bikes and pedestrians, there's really very less space available. So this is first of all planning. I think this is one of the first elements you need to think about as a city. Of course, comparable to Paris or Brussels, Amsterdam is a quite smaller city. So that's important also to keep in mind. Less than 1 million inhabitants. And also we decided really to be a dense city. So not to of course, there are lots of people, we need more houses, but we just don't want to broaden too much, because then transport is going to be a big issue, especially public transport. It will not be so profitable anymore. So we really need to think about it. And that's why we thought, okay, so this is about space. We really focus on the trias mobilica. So that's really the focus on less mobility. So of course now after COVID we really know how to work at home. So we have to think every kilometer we are traveling. Of course we all traveled here to be here together, but we still can work digitally as well. Also different ways of transporting. So how can we so not only use the car, but also having different types of mobility. So really the shift of other types of mobility. Myself, for example, I took the bike, the ferry, and then the train to get here, and then I walked. So I think this is really good, just not to have just one type of mobility, but different. And the last ones, it needs to be cleaner. So this is where my team works on, to have a zero-emission city, if we talk about mobility. And of course, it's a very important one. and it's not easy. We have lots of challenges. First, about the strategy, we really started a while ago because this is not something you do just overnight. We really focused on first on communicating, so just to have discussions, talk with people, and say, okay, we have a vision, we have an ambition. It starts with ambition, 2030 zero emission. And then let's talk about how are we going to do this. So then we thought, okay, so let's talk with businesses. If we want zero emission cars, who will be able to invest? Businesses that are use the car a lot. The total cost of ownership for zero emission cars, of course, is way more convenient than for people that don't use the car a lot. Normally, the private-owned cars, they're like for 95% just on the street, parked there and not being used. So really focus on business is very important and work together. That was our approach in Amsterdam, to work together with businesses. And then they said, of course, we need, it's still a high investment, not that many cars available, not technology, and we need infrastructure. So we really took the role very serious as a city to work on charging infrastructure. Because if you want a cleaner city, you need to do it together. Of course, you need to take the role very clearly as a city and make sure people can charge. On-street parking, there's a lot of on-street parking. Not that many people have their own parking spaces. So you need to facilitate this and to make sure people can park. Of course, we prefer that people park outside the city. Because there's one of the first challenges, or the most important one at the moment, is energy congestion. So we are a big success in this way about electric mobility, but also you need a lot of electricity. So please charge outside of the city. If you cannot, we have it available. Of course, green electricity, and we really make sure we have now around 6,000 charging points in the city. So really take this role very seriously. And then we have communication, so really need to convince people. And then the last step is the regulation. So first very positive, the carrot, and then comes the stick. So really the regulation. And then it comes even more difficult because then you start to hit to affect citizens that are living in the environmental zones, in the low emission zones, which will in the end be zero emission zones. And then it's getting very political and difficult. But at least we took steps from businesses, so talk about the vans and trucks, and to go towards more the smaller vehicles, so cars, mopeds, and in 2025 we will have the first zero emission zone, so that's next year. And we're not only doing it alone, because we have 20 other cities in the Netherlands that will be zero emission, and then we talk about city logistics. And then we also have 2030, so we go towards the other categories as well. So cars, buses, of course. Public buses are already in 2025 zero emission because of the concessions. And what's very important for us, if we talk about social cohesion, is that always have a dialogue with people. It's quite a high impact, of course, to make a city zero emission. So it's very important to listen. So our team is like 40 people. We work on this specific ambition. We communicate, so we have journalists from lawyers, all types of people, and it's important to listen and see what people need. So we have the ambition, and what do people need to change? So what do they need? We listen and then see what we see in general. It's so of course they especially people who cannot afford to change towards zero emission towards electric driving. They will need subsidies, or they need a charging point, or they need technology, especially for bigger vehicles like coaches. And coach is a good example that in 2022 we had to plan to make them zero emission, because we planned it ahead a long way and we had some discussions about it. In the end, COVID came, there's no way it would happen because things change. And so that's also, as a city, you need to be flexible as well and see, so what's the next plan? How can we make this work? And now the next one is 2030. We have an agreement. We talked about it. What do the companies need? And to make the zero emission zone. And in the end, what's also important for people, that they feel heard. If there are, for example, they have specific cases, like for example, they have a van and they need to be zero emission in 2 years more, but they're about to retire. Of course, you're not going to invest in a new electric van, right? So then we will look at the case. We have a whole team on it. Who first of all, we have the zero emission zone. That we have automatic exemptions, but also we have a whole team checking this kind of cases. Also companies that, for example, get bankrupt. We will have a look, and we work with people. So also you need to make space just to consider these exemptions. And we're not there yet, but learning, of course, as well every day. We're very ambitious, but we need to make sure people and their social elements and social condition is taken into consideration. So I think that's one of the most important ones.
Thank you very much, Jillian. Before we turn to the audience for questions, I wanted to give an opportunity to each of you to maybe say a few words and react to what you've heard. And maybe we can start with you, Sébastien.
Thank you. Yes, I have many things to say before, so. No, yeah, I just would like to react because it's important to have in mind that when we want to change habits of the people, and it's a challenge for ecological reasons, we have to advise, inform, and practice. And we see that when we are with people, if you just inform, okay, I know there is a transport public, I can take a bike or a scooter, I don't know. But I don't want to, because my habit is to take my car, it's easier. And you have to inform, advise, and practice. One fact I wanted to add, and things we do in Wimoov, and for example, when we see the low emission zone, les zones à faible émission that are planned in many cities in Europe, it's a good idea. Low emission zone, no pollution in the cities, good for the health, no problem with that. It's great, but how can people who needs their car, who must take their cars every day to go to work at 5 in the morning, how can you say to them, don't use your cars because it's better for the ecology? It's very important to inform. In the barometer we've done, 75% of car owners don't know what is a low emission zone. It's important, 75%. So what can we do with those people? Okay, we will inform them. We will say, okay, you leave your car and you take an electric car. How much does an electric car cost today? More than 30,000 euros? When you don't have enough money to have an old car, you don't have enough money to take an electric car. So it's not the future. That one thing. Another thing is that when you innovate, you have to adapt. And what we see also is that today, when you go out, you can find bikes, many bikes, scooters. I don't know how to say the single wheeler or many things, innovation in mobility. But when you are old person, a senior, and you go outside, you don't know what you can find on the sidewalk. And we see that old people are afraid of leaving their home and just go by walk on the sidewalk because they are afraid of bikes and all the things they can find on their way. So it's important to have, and you say that space, public space to reinvent and the notion of safety road, of sharing the public space is also issues of mobility today, and more and more for the people who have specific needs. And third things, because we always speaking about cities, but I would like to go back on what I said at the beginning. Rural areas are very specific, and today there is no solution. Biking is not a solution when you are on the road with 99% of cars who are driving at 100 kilometers an hour. It's not possible. So how can we find experiment solution who are very focused on the rural issues of mobility? We have to experiment, we have to do things with local authorities, and to do things with people, diagnostic, starting from the needs, and try, practice, and adapt.
Thank you. Barbara.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much to everybody. So many thought-provoking interventions. I basically just wanted to quickly reflect on Amsterdam's approach, because I think I remain a big admirer, not only because you guys always land like #1 in our ranking, you know, but also because of the approach. And I think that's what other cities and, you know, all of us together can learn from Amsterdam. And I think it's worth reiterating how well this city has done. And, you know, we're following it very closely, and we're collaborating with some of your colleagues around the zero emission zone rollout as well. But I think first of all, the local ambition, and this is something that I mentioned in my intervention, that, you know, you need the city, you need the leadership, you need the ambition, you need the vision there. And even if you don't know how you're going to get there, you need to know where you want to get to. And I think the second one is the planning. I think the planning there was really thorough, and Amsterdam really brought all stakeholders together, all stakeholders, like, you know, from academia to legal to NGOs. Basically, all sectors were contributing to this plan. And I think the third thing is consultation. So one of the things that went horribly wrong in the United Kingdom, for example, was because, of course, like many other cities across Europe, you know, local authorities, they wanted to take advantage of COVID, right? Like, ooh, lockdowns, ooh, we have an opportunity, ooh, let's just roll out low traffic neighborhoods, great idea. Except that it went...
do that again?
Except it went horribly wrong because people felt they were not consulted. People felt like it was too sudden. People felt like it happened from one day to the next. Where did this all come from? I can't drive my car around anymore. How dare you? You know, Oxford or even, you know, London, where it happened. Of course, those planters and those roadblocks were burnt. They went on fire. And so, you know, and lots of other bad things happened. But I think ultimately, consultation is really important, and also lead-in time. You can't do things from one day to the next, even though we would really like to. And, you know, me as a campaigner, I want it tomorrow, as far as, you know, if you ask me. Except society will not accept that. You need to give time. And I think that's another point that I would like to point out, that, you know, Amsterdam is championing that, because we have known about Amsterdam's plans for years and years now. They gave, like, I think 4 or 5 years leading time. So society had a little bit of time to prepare for that. People had a little bit of time to rethink their next car purchase. Even, do I really need a car? And if I'm going to have a car, what kind of car will that be? Will that engine still be allowed in those parts of the city where I need to go? Or actually, should I maybe take a different way to, you know, to get there? And so I think those things are extremely important. Gradual change, lead-in time, and also taking care of the most vulnerable people, and making sure that everyone's needs are heard and are taken into consideration. And, you know, if that means loads of exceptions, then yes, we need to give loads of exceptions, because there will be those people who need those. And that's the only way that we can take the majority with us, and we won't have extreme backlash, which we've seen in so many places. And I think the final thing I would like to say is that we somehow need to rebrand ourselves, because it feels to me like, you know, car is equal to freedom and, like, you know, masculinity, and we move around, and, you know, I'm independent and I'm individual, and wah, it's all great, except that, you know,
you did it again.
Isn't freedom that I have the freedom to choose? I have the freedom that I can use my legs. I can use a bike. I can get on the tube. I can get on a tram. I can scoot to a station and then get on a tube, or, you know, that's how we call it in London anyway, a metro here. So the freedom, in my view, is the freedom to choose of how I want to travel around for the journeys that I need to complete. Because those journeys may vary from day to day, from week to week, from month to month. And that is real freedom, the real freedom of choice. And it's not freedom that I have to be locked in a metal box for hours per day, sitting in traffic, breathing in toxic fumes. So I think we need to rebrand ourselves. Just saying.
Thank you, Barbara. Philippe, and we can ask the hotel to bring additional pictures if needed.
Okay, yes, I feel tempted to react on the same point. One of my books is called Real Freedom for All. And indeed, what we need to free ourselves from is simple slogans like "Ma voiture, c'est ma liberté." And so if you have to have a sufficiently rich and broad notion of freedom and looking at the freedom of all and not just of the privileged who would like to impose their own choices to all. But there is one point in a way more central to this discussion, or more directly central, to which I want to react. And so you, Jillian, mentioned the importance to be attached to listening to people. You just mentioned the importance of consultation. Sébastien, right? Mentioned the importance of starting from people's needs, or at least what they perceive as their needs. And I would like to illustrate that importance by answering at the same time one question which I didn't answer in what you said at the beginning, which is Good Move, and which was an ambitious project here by the Brussels regional government in order to lead to mobilité apaisée in the various neighborhoods in Brussels. It wasn't apaisé at all in some parts, so in particular the worst was a place called Kuregem, which is a poor neighborhood in the municipality of Anderlecht. At the hot moment in the discussion, I went round and walked in the streets. The local alderwoman and Ishvin said, well, we did all the consultation. There were several meetings in other things, and now there was protests. I walked in the street with people saying, maintenant, c'est plus le temps des paroles, c'est le temps de l'action, and they moved big concrete blocks out of the way, etc. So there was nearly a physical fight in the municipal council. And so what was going on? And so with the best of will, the Ishvin said, well, we consulted several times, we put several leaflets. Yes, I went round. I talked to people who could not read either Dutch or French, which was in the languages of the information. I met one guy who couldn't read at all, who had been living there for 50 years or so. He was very attached to the use of his car, because he bought his house with his few pennies because in part because of the accessibility. And then I looked at the entrance of the buildings, where you had these leaflets piling up with envelopes that had not even been opened in shabby apartment buildings. Yes, so how do you go about consulting people? And this, I think, points to a relationship between mobility policy and social cohesion, but which goes in the other direction, is the impact of social cohesion on good mobility. Because if you have a very homogeneous community, people talk to each other, they discuss in the cafes, in the squares, and so on, about everyone is informed, everyone listens to the arguments, can understand the argument, can ask further questions. But if you are in a situation in which many people don't have a common language, many people don't read what is given to them because it's not given. Well, it's a big challenge. So I'm not charging really the Ishvin or so for not doing their job. But if you want to have people with you, if you want to really take their own perception, not only their interests, into account, you really need to go about it in a different way. And I just finish with that. And you all know this good old slogan of the ecological movement at its beginnings 60 years ago, 70 years ago, which was think globally, act locally. But please, think locally. Think locally. Don't forget to do that. And thinking is listening to the people, talking to the people, explaining to the people, and being explained by the people something that from the top you don't understand. So that's my little reply to Good Move. I think Good Move is fundamentally well-intentioned. We need to go in that direction. There will be difficult prices to pay for everyone. I mean, some tragedies that will take longer, etc. It's the way to go, but we need to go and do more, often more slowly than we would like, but in a way that is then adopting policies that are implementable because people understand what's going on, even if they don't fully agree, and they feel they've been consulted, and that at least some of their concerns have been taken into account.
Thank you. Jillian.
Yes, actually, I would like to react on all the. Is that possible?
Of course.
First, from Paris, I think it's a good example that the rural areas. But I think this is the hard part when people need to change. So the model shift. So why do they need to take the car? And if they need to take the car, maybe they just don't go into the city. Because, well, in Amsterdam, at least you pay, at least in some areas, €7 an hour. So you would think twice. And it's not really fun to drive in Amsterdam anyway, because you go all the way to the ring, to the highway, because that's designing the city. It's not fast. That's also, I think, one of the things we thought about. If you go by bike, you're faster. So if you look on Google Maps, it's faster always by bike. Or maybe public transport, but that's tricky. It really depends. So that really is really convenient because people sometimes are in a hurry. They need to go from one side to the other. Okay, bike. So it can be a bike sharing or rent a bike. So that's first of all. And also to take the car. So even if there is no public transport available or they need to go at 5 a.m., they can take the car, but just for the first part, then park the car at the train station. Outside the city, we have park and ride facilities. So please, outside the city, and then you, with your card, you can go into city public transport. You pay only €1 if you park your car, but you need to go to the city, right? So really go into different zones, and you come back, and then you only pay €1 instead of 8 an hour, so €1 for a day. So this is kind of systems you need to facilitate to make sure people really feel the benefits of. Of course, it's maybe if it's raining, it's not so convenient, but this is really of changing behavior. And also what you say about, of course, to listen to the people, I think it's very important. And also, so we have this dot on the horizon. I think that's very important. So 2030, it's there. Because also businesses, they need to invest, they need to prepare. So if you do it just every year, it doesn't make sense. A dot on the horizon, where do you want to go? And then the steps. And of course, the little steps are a bit more trickier, because then it's getting very concrete, but it's important. And then sometimes you see, so 2030, some people, it will be very difficult at some point. And then you see, okay, there will be transitional arrangements in order to give people time to adapt, and then we will enforce. And also communicating, for example, the people who own mopeds, for example. We have more than 50,000 mopeds in Amsterdam. It's a lot. So they will be, next year already, need to be zero emission. We understand they need some time to adapt. So we send everybody who owns a moped, we sent a letter. And still, 1/3 of the people don't know what's a zero emission zone, or they don't know they need to be zero emission. But we sent a letter. So what happened there? So yes, it's just you need to be all the time there. We have had huge campaigns all over the place. You really couldn't miss it, but still.
Just one language in Amsterdam.
Yeah, well, the letter we sent in Dutch. I've got some colleagues. They think it's the responsibility of the person to check with another person to translate or Google Translate or with a QR code or. Yes, it's in Dutch, but the campaign was very clear. And if you own mopeds and you can register and do the whole, so it's in Dutch. Yes, because or else we need many languages. Anyhow, so people will start think when they get a fine. and that will be, it will take time. They will get a fine, and then, but still we're waiting for the response, and we just are preparing ourselves for the response, and we understand people need time, so I think that's important. So we have the dialogue and discussions about it, and for every category of vehicle, so if it's for a passenger car, if it's for a moped, if it's for a van, for a truck, for a business or a private person, it's different. So we need to think different and make like a tailor-made solution for everyone. That's a challenge.
Thank you. Question time now. Before you ask a question, I will ask you to please identify yourself, and please try and keep the question as brief, short, and straight to the point as possible. Yes, madam. And please speak in the microphone as this is being streamed live.
Anina from Enterprise Mobility. Very interesting discussion hearing about transportation, the link to social cohesion. But what I'm wondering about, a lot of the focus was on urban areas. How does it work in cities? So I'm wondering, how can you address it, though, in rural or even just peri-urban areas where there's totally different challenges, where public transport isn't as accessible, cycling infrastructure isn't as developed. So what are your thoughts on that? Thanks.
Thanks. Maybe we'll take another question before we turn to the panel. Yes, there is one here. Madam on the left.
Hello, my name is Henriette Gleo. I work for SGA Europe, representing the public employers and services of general interest. I also cover the transport sector, and I wanted to ask each of the panelists if they can give me 2 policy recommendations. If you had now von der Leyen in front of you to say, like, this needs to be focused at in the next commission, maybe that'd be nice to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we have time for a third, maybe from a man, for the sake of gender parity. Yes. Oh, amen. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure this is going to do much for organisational diversity because I work for the same company as Anna-Lena. So you did want a man. So I think the question I would have for the panelists, and I think this goes back right to the keynote address from Monsieur Mallet himself, is most government policies and incentives at the moment, or a lot of them, are geared towards individual transport, often the private car, because it's a vote winner. Monsieur Mallet has set out, and we're part of the shared mobility ecosystem. Shared mobility has the possibility of providing many of the things you've talked about: access to mobility, access to affordable mobility. If we're talking about the transition to zero-emission vehicles, mutualizing the cost and then spreading it out in users is cost-effective. How do we get governments, and again, I come from the shared mobility ecosystem, Transdev is the epitome of it, how do we get governments to focus policies and incentives into shared mobility to address many of the issues that Sébastien talked about, and including those people that have to do a portion in a vehicle and then move to other modes? Because this, for me, is a huge gap at the moment.
All right, thanks. Who'd like to take which question? Yes,
I could try to answer at the question. For the rural area, not only cities and urban, it's quite difficult. In France, Wimoov have launched an experimentation in 3 regions, because the fact is people don't have any public transport, or when there is a bus, it's at a time you don't need to take it because it's quite difficult. You have to take it at 8, but he will go just here at 10. So we launched an experimentation named Move, and we try to think with the people who are living in the area. What are the problems? What are their needs? What are the realities they are living each day? And when we do that, we go on the market, we go on the different events organized by the associations, etc., etc. It's kind of a territorial animation. We have to be on the field and see the people. This is the first step. After that, we work with the local authorities and we say, okay, see what the mayors of the little village say to us, what the people living there say to us. What can we do? Okay, we have a bus and train in the central city of the. Okay, we have to go to see Transdev because Transdev is in charge of the bus line, and effectively the bus is here, but not the good. It was not the good hours, and we have to change it. We discussed and decided to change the bus. It was just 30 minutes before the hour. You understand what I mean? Okay. And just 30 minutes change everything, because the parents can go in the bus with the child and go to school with the child and don't take the cars. It's a little impact, but by the discussion, by the debates, we have changed the situation of 100 people in a little village. This is really, really local things, real local projects. C'est de la soie, c'est de la couture, but it's really important to do that. Another thing we have done, we have BlaBlaCar Daily, is a car sharing firm in France. No car sharing in the area, so we said what we can do. And people didn't know, but when you have a subscription of public transport in Paris and Région Île-de-France, it's free for you to get a BlaBlaCar Daily car sharing. So we just inform people, sign a partnership between local authorities, Wimoov and BlaBlaCar Daily, and now our job is to go and see habitants and inform them that they can use car sharing each day freely, and it will change their habits and so on. So it's really difficult when you do advising and you're accompanying people when there is no solution, and that's why we try to experiment. Of course, it's a little impact, but now the fact is that we think that with public funds, private funds, when we are all around the same table, we can find solutions and make it better for the people who live in a rural area. Thank you. Philippe?
So I won't give 3 proposals for the next commission, but I'll just give one. And
so do I.
Which is the commission should fully exploit its democratic deficit. What I mean by that, it's the economist in me that will be speaking. It's absolutely crucial that we all should pay the true cost of the choices we make. The market is a wonderful instrument in order to allocate goods and services and to help demand and supply to meet, but it dysfunctions totally if the full cost of the goods and services are not taken into account, and that is not done when there are significant environmental externalities, and when what we are doing affects the fate, the interests of people who are not yet born. And so therefore, there must be a vigorous policy of modifying the costs of to people of the goods they buy, the services they provide, that takes all that into account. That means, of course, having to pay far more for whatever uses at any stage in the production or the consumption a lot of carbon or any other of the scarce resources. We need a vigorous policy that must come top-down because the people, there are lots of things that, including in the illustrations I gave, that can be done at the local level, but the price, I mean, working on the prices must happen at an international level. And the Commission is far more protected against short-term populism than are the local politicians or the national politicians, and so it's at that level that it must happen. And that means that in the rural areas it will be more costly to live there. If you have a big tractor that uses diesel, I mean, it will cost far more to do so. In the end, of course, everyone will share in the cost because all the goods that are being produced by these tools will cost more ultimately to the consumers. But it's only if you do that that you can then affect investments and choices of localization, etc., in the future. So you need to do that. But in the short term, you need to have a number of transitional measures, grandfathering, as it were, keeping some, the people who made current choices, which they can't choose, protect them, and so on. But you need to have a vigorous policy that deeply reshapes and keeps reshaping the market so that we pay the true cost of what we consume, including the cost for future generations or the cost of on the people who have to breathe the air which we pollute.
Thank you. Some other words, maybe to address the question about incentives? Yep, go ahead, Barbara.
Yeah, sure. So the policy recommendations. So I would say that there has been some new wording included in the 10T regulation for those of you that are familiar with that, and urban mobility. And if I were the EU, I would not care about subsidiarity. I would just go full on and make compulsory zero emission zones. So that would be one of the main things. And basically start from the 10T and just go all in, make it compulsory, and at the same time, make it compulsory for national governments to support and to incentivize all sorts of zero-emission vehicles purchases. So from cars to vans to all the way to trucks, for that sort of consistency to be there, because business needs consistency, and that's pretty much a problem right now. We see with deliveries and vans in cities that e-commerce is obviously shooting up, and there's not enough supply in the market, even if there is demand for those vans, but there's also no government support, or the government support goes up and down, and it's really not consistent. So I would basically regulate that from the EU level. And also, you know, a full push on reducing car kilometers, and to do all of the alternatives as a package of measures. You know, cycling and the cycling declaration comes in there. Obviously, it has an intimate relationship with zero emission zones. How do you make people actually use their car less and use the alternatives more? So those would be my key recommendations.
Thank you, finally, Jillian.
Yes. If I may react on it, I'm not sure if I really agree.
Well, you can disagree.
Finally, something we don't agree
on. Because the low emission zones and the zero emission zones, it's we need it as a city because we have a problem. We have air quality, and we smoke in Amsterdam 4.4 cigarettes passively a day because of the dirty air. That's also what we tell, of course, the people, because you know, it's for their health, the health of everybody. But this is a problem because the air is not clean, and also a lot of air, dirty air, pollution is blown into the city in Amsterdam, and we as a city can't do anything about it. It's just there, it's just coming in. And who is regulating that, or who can do something about the European Commission? And so this is like our solution, because this is what we can do. So the industries, that's a problem. The air pollution that's blowing into the city, and then the third is the mobility. So that's the third like best option. But this is what the city can do something about it. So that's what we do it. But I think this is not the best one, but this is the only thing we have. So we had some, well, we thought maybe Euro 7 would be a good alternative, at least for the vehicles that will be around the zero emission zones or the low emission zones, because still the dirty air is blowing into the city. But this Euro 7 is not really going to help us that soon. So this is really, we're quite disappointed about it. And also, I think the exchange of data for number plates, we really need also the European Commission for this, because now we can't enforce foreign vehicles. And this is what we really need to do on European level. So now we wrote many letters to, at this time, Frans Timmermans, just to ask for a regulation. But this, due to data protection, it's quite difficult. At least with Belgium and the Benelux, we try to cooperate and make it more transparent and help each other. But we're still not there. So these are kind of examples the European Commission could really help us. Because as a city, just as a city, you just can't do it yourself. And also the national government, this is a bit our problem in the Netherlands at the moment. But talking about backlash is because we are very ambitious in Amsterdam. But then, for example, at the moment, we need to put the signs for the zero emission zone. Then we need the national law. And then the national government is not putting this at the moment as a very high priority, or just move it for later on. And just we can't put the zero emission zone signs at the moment. So there's still a lot of negotiation and lobby work there. So I really hope things will change and we can collaborate, because just as a city alone, even though we have 29 other cities who will implement the zero emission zone, at least for city logistics, which is really good. We're not alone as a city, but still we need to collaborate. So locally, nationally, and European level.
Thank you very much. And on this note, please join me in thanking warmly all the panelists. And I shall now give the floor to Mr. Dominique Riquet. Dominique, you're a member of the European... You sit on the Committee on Transport and Tourism, and you will be interviewed by Antoine Grange, who's the CEO Europe for Transdev. And Antoine, you're entitled to 3 questions.
Thank you, François. Good afternoon, Dominique, and thank you for coming and say a few words. First question will be on the role of TENT regulation in the cohesion. So you were co-rapporteur of the revision of this important regulation, which is a fundamental text for connecting the European territories, in particular developing the rail network and the intermodality in cities. So first question, from your perspective, to what extent can this regulation contribute to reinforce the cohesion within our territories in Europe?
Good day, everybody. Thanks for inviting me. And excuse me, I'm the third damned French with a French accent for English, but I try to make my best. I will say that at first, for the connection, for the cohesion, at first is a network, because without network, for whatever will be the kind of mode of transportation, from cycling or until the train, you need to have a network, and the network is a prime condition and probably the most costly also, and the most mobile, because when you make choice about the network, after you are depending on the network. And so we'll see that it's something very important. At the scale of European Union, it's something very important because it's the mobilization of the political concept of Europe. Because before the Union, what happened with the network for transportation? It was precisely the contrary, because for example, between Germany and France, it was very important that the rail network don't communicate at all, have not the same standard, because in case of war, you can use the rail network of the other country to make the war operation. And so it's something very significant that the network, the transportation and the mobility is something very important about peace and union. And for that, the TNT regulation try to organize a network at different level. There's core network, extended core network, a comprehensive network. And core network is the main between the capital, the main network between capital and main town. And after we go in the detail until the secondary network. This kind of network afford and facilitate exchange of people, goods, services, and is in reality is the significant unity of the Union. It's something without what we can imagine the Union, without this kind of network. I was very interested by the previous round table because we are talking about just Amsterdam, Paris, London, and Brussels, who are the poorest city in the world. And it's something very special because we know that for the great cities and the capitals as such, the rich that was created is high, very high. And higher than in the rural area or in the medium cities. And they have very special concern about that, but something which is specific to this kind of urban area. And what is important for us that the network have to connect from the most poorest cities, the most rural area, until the center of London, until the center of Amsterdam. And it's something very important because the relegation is probably something which is at the social level very significant. Because if you are living in the center of Paris, of London, probably you are rich and not poor. And if you are in a very peripheral area, you are probably poorer. And for us, it's not the same, because the network must be accompanied with all situations, geographical, historical, social, and so on. And I think it's something very important for the European Union itself. I want to say something about the union of the network at the European level is also a standardization of something. Not only the physical network, but standardization about, for example, in rail, the gauge, the security, ERTMS, electrification, speed, and so on and so on. And is something which is a unified tool. Because if you have the same standard, you have the same culture about transportation. And I think, for example, Transdev is something very important, for example. And so, finally, about the RTOT, it's a lot of money. We need for a lot of money. I think we talk about that after. And probably, I think that the connection with the urban area and the previous discussion is something which is very important, but the better the outside network, out of the main cities is developed, the more you can solve the problem of the very big cities too. Because if I may live in peripheral areas, in rural area, without problem, without concern to go into central area, probably I will choose to be peripheral. Yes.
Let's talk about money. Let's talk about money. Because, okay, and let's talk about the financing. So you have been involved in the transport infrastructure financing issues for several mandates, if I well understand, as a vice president of the intergroup of long-term infrastructure financing. And you have been an expert, and you are still an expert of the European budget. So you have often warned European executive about the lack of available funding to interconnect our territories. So in your opinion, what European finance mechanisms are essential for this massified transport development, and at a time when the budget margins are diminishing, when it's there is a pressure everywhere and a need to achieve more with less? What are the strategy or the mechanism you see to ensure the funding for the transport infrastructure and services?
Yes, probably I will be surprising you, but I think that the most important is not only the money. For me, at first, I think it's the project engineering and not the money. Because if you're regarding about that, at first the studies, they are more and more complex, more and more long, more and more costly. And it's become something very difficult because now we estimate that the cost of the studies for all the big projects of network, it costs around 20% of the final cost of the project. Always in the project in engineering, it's administrative and regulation engineering too, because the regulation becomes more and more complex, more and more moving up, and it's become also very difficult to put inside a study what's happened with the regulation, which it's more unstable too. And it's become more difficult. And during this time of the studies engineering, of administrative engineering, of administrative instability, the costs are increasing more. And in general, now for a significant project of infrastructure, of network, we need around from 8 to 12 years. And during this time, you lose all your partners because it's very difficult to believe in a project is so difficult, so long, so unstable, and so changing on the road. And I think that at first is the first concern for us. You have to be more short in time, more simple in regulation, and more simple in studies. And as you know, for example, it's good to have a democratic consultation. Public consultation, but when you are discussing at local, regional, national, even European level with people and citizens whom interests are very different, for example, and you are discussing with an NIMBY and not in my backyard. I don't want at all this kind of network, but you explain that it's a public interest and it's something else. And so I think that all this kind of problem, instability of regulation, complexity of the studies, instability of democratic consultation is the main question. Because if you are sure that you can drive the project in 3 or 4 years in very simple ways, with not complexity, with not instability, you are in trust. And so you can go forward. And I think it's a big problem. Money is not a problem. You know, trillions are turning over in the financial way in Europe is not a problem.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
Good to hear that with good engineering and a bit of simplicity, we can avoid to put too much impression.
It's a question of trust. But I think after you need money. Huh? You need money. But where is the money? Money is at European level. We have several tools about that, and I think that we have the Connecting Europe facilities, we have the regional fund, we have other funds, a special fund, and I think it's a very important one. We have the capacity of merging the fund, and it's very important. After direct financing from Europe, you have direct funding from national and regional level. In general, it's around 75% is coming from national or regional level. But you have also the EIB, with financing, direct equity, quasi-equity, regulation, and so on and so on. You have the National Promotional Bank too, and I think it's a very, very important tools for financing. And after you have the private. And what is important for the private, to have a good and firm public support, we have to always to begin with public money, yeah? So it's sure. And after to get with the IB and National Promotional Bank security for the private, and also it's more easier if you have a return on your project. For example, it's easier to make a highway with a toll than a railway, for example. It's easier. But finally, with different level of financing or funding, with public and private money, it's not so difficult to find money, even now. But we have a lack of trust because of the difficulty of engineering project.
Okay. in response to the European ambitious climate targets, the European Parliament has been actively campaigning for mechanism to ensure what is called a just transition. We are talking about justice. You were talking about the difference of approach or problematic between the suburban area and the inner city, and I think we are touching that point. This led to the adoption of the Social Climate Fund and the Just Transition Fund, on which my understanding is that you worked closely. The transport sector is particularly concerned to these measures because the transition cannot be made at the expense of the vulnerable households, for whom mobility, and Thierry mentioned that in his introduction, for whom the mobility is often a central issue and a very, very big part of their household budget. So do you think that those measures deployed will be sufficient to ensure this just transition? And how, personally, do you assess, as a French representative, the French trajectory in that aspect? If not, what additional measures should be at European level or at French level consider?
Yeah, I wanted first to do two remarks. At first, it is a criticism from our political action at European level. I think that we take measures and the consequences was not always with a good measure before the vote. We take the measure, but the impact assessment was not even sufficient, I think. It's my personal opinion about that. My second remark is we discuss about the direct consequences of this kind of measure of the Green Deal about a social point of view. But I think you have two consequences, direct consequences. You were talking about previously about that, because what is the cost of the electric vehicle, what's the cost of energy for the household, and so on and so on. It's difficulties to access to the centrum, for example, to the ZDF for to low emission. That's the direct consequences of this kind of measure. But at first, I think we have probably very important consequences about competitivity, loss of jobs. For example, when we are talking about the car industry, we think it's in Europe around 12 billion of jobs. And I think that we will lose probably 2 million of jobs. And also a social consequence of that. It's not only that it's more difficult to have an electric vehicle to get the centrum of the town and so on, but what's happened with our own competitivity, our own industry, our own European jobs. And I think it's something which is additive between direct social consequence and indirect about general prosperity. And I don't know what, but probably it will have a cost, very important one. At European level, we need to propose something to support the consequences of that. At first, the ERFF, 350 billions of euro at the disposal of the member states. And as you say previously, a social climate fund, just transition fund, and innovation fund. But what's happened with that? We have seen that the member states decrease the amount of this kind of fund progressively, and probably it's become insufficient at the European level. And at the French level, as you know, our financial landscape is not absolutely perfect. We have a very complex and French toolbox with leasing social, My Prime Renov, Check Energy, Prime Total Retrofit, Pass Rail, and so on and so on. I have some doubt. Where is the money? I don't know. And previously you say about the prime for the translation to electric vehicle. We have to stop in France because it remains no more money for that. what's happened with all the tools, I don't know, but I think that probably it will be difficult because the national fund, not only in France, not only in France, but the national fund becomes scarce. The national authority don't want to afford money at European level. And so it could be very difficult to have direct and money compensation to the direct and indirect consequences of this kind of measure. But I think it was necessary even more. So perhaps we are entering in an era of sacrifice and also imagination for that.
Sacrifice. Okay, let's keep that word. But let's not sacrifice the mobility, because mobility is freedom. Okay, thank you, Dominique.
Thanks to both of you, and now is the time to reflect upon this over a coffee. So time to have the coffee break, which conclude the first half of our afternoon, and we shall resume in about 15 minutes from now, so at 5 to 4 for the second half of this afternoon. Thank you. All right. Elke van den Brandt is the Regional Minister for Mobility in Brussels, and she was a keynote speaker at our first event in Amsterdam 6 months ago. And of course, we could not imagine doing this event in Brussels without inviting her to say a few words. So it is now my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Elke van den Brandt, Regional Minister for Mobility. The floor is yours. Thank you so much for being with us.
Since standing still is not my specialty, I take a walking mic. It's an honor to have you here and to invite you, because I remember in Amsterdam it was an inspiring, fruitful day, and so I count on you to make today even more inspiring and fruitful, because it is in Brussels. Brussels is the heart of Belgium, it is the heart of Europe, and I hope it can be in your heart as well. You can by being here, but I really, really hope that after these sessions you take the time to go out of the hotel to the left, you come right in the pedestrian zone, which is, I think, is a very beautiful place of Brussels. If you still have time, my secret view, take the tram to Tervuren, tram 44. It's the most beautiful tram line we have. It's the best way to meet other people, and you see every detail and every difference in Brussels. So these are my 2 tips I want to give to you. So far the publicity talk for Brussels. I'm honored to be here. I also like the topic you're talking about, because it is social inclusion is crucial. I talked to you in Amsterdam, for those who are there, and I said that I don't care about mobility. And for a Minister of Mobility, that's quite bold statement. But I'm serious. Mobility is just a way to change things. What I care about is my city and how we organize our city, or how we organize our public space. Because what we share, that's the public space. Brussels is what we share, but it is in the public space. And Brussels has had a long tradition of organizing that public space like a corridor at your home. You get from one place to another, and the only function of our public space is transport, going from one place to another. Mostly car transport, but transport. And all the other functions of a public space, all the other functions a house can have next to a corridor, it is about a living room, a kitchen, meeting places, they're just the leftovers. And we really need to change that. We need to make a living room city. We need to change our city and make sure that we reallocate our space to other functions than transport. And if we want to do so, we need to get around differently. If everybody has their own car, it takes up a lot of space. We don't have that space. If more people walk, cycle, use public transport, we're gaining space, and with that space we can do magnificent things. We can create bicycle lanes, we create playground for children, terraces for the horeca, we can put trees in our streets, so we can do wonderful things, and that is crucial. And for a very long time in Brussels, we thought this was Brussels. Amsterdam was different, and in Copenhagen, but yes, that's the north. And we kind of thought that it was in our nature, and it was just like that. And the person who changed that is in the room. So I'm very happy that you've had the honor of having Minister Philippe van Parijs in here. He did not do it alone, but he started a movement in Brussels around 15 years ago. He talked about it before the panel of Picnic the Street, but I don't think he gives himself enough credit, so I'm going to do it for you. He started a movement, and on that movement, the only thing we did was picnicking on a Sunday in the middle of the Bourse. It used to be a 2x2 car lane, and Philippe said, this is crazy. We need to pedestrianize this part, this city, this heart of our city. And so we went picnicking. My boys were very small, now they're 1.80 m, and they don't have any memory of how it was. Because it was such a strong movement, picnicking, nobody's against it, that politics had to follow. Politics had to follow and pedestrianized before in front of the Bourse. And you can go check out. It used to be, I think Philippe's idea was just a square before the Bourse. It turned out a bit bigger, the biggest pedestrian area now of Europe, so you can see all of the way. But if you go there, you have to imagine that it used to be a 2x2 car lane. And now it's just one big, beautiful pedestrian area. And I said I went there with my children when they were very small, and now they're very big, and they don't have that memory anymore. If I talk to them about it, they don't see Brussels like that. They say, no, my Brussels, our Brussels, it has a pedestrian area. For them, that's their home, that's how it is. And that shows how fast the city can change. In one generation, we can make that mental shift from a city that is everywhere oriented on hosting cars and having cars passing through, to a city that is putting its pedestrians first, its people first, meeting areas, and putting living in a city as a first topic. And I think that's nice to see, that motivates, but it's also motivated the minds of people in Brussels. From that moment on, we didn't just accept that this is the way Brussels is. And so that gave me, as a politician, a lot of support from a population who is demanding change and who is knowing, hey, we can do different. If we want to, we can make a difference. And so the last years, we've invested a lot in extra cycle lanes, in more public transport, in more pedestrian areas. And with the results, we see that Brussels is changing, and it's a movement. We still have a lot of work to do, but it is a train that has left the station, and it will continue to go. And I think that's a beautiful thing, and I hope you can feel and see today and come back in 5 years, see the difference, and every 5 years you come back, you will see a difference, and that's a beautiful thing. You're talking about social inclusion. So it is, first of all, today it's about creating space, but then it's also the question, what do we do with that space? Because social inclusion doesn't come by itself. It's not just about getting out the cars and creating space. It's also making sure that you make the people, giving them a feeling of ownership over that public space. And so you need to create a public space in which people feel welcome, in which they feel safe, and which is healthy. And that's crucial. And that asks for action. And I think in a mobility world, and the mobility experts, these are new paradigms. We know the principle of putting the pedestrian first, and we know how we have to put cycle lanes, and we know that a bus lane will get better public transport. We don't know those things. But how to create a public space that gives the people a sense of belonging, that gives them the feeling that it's their public space, these are things we still need to learn. And I think that's very good that we're all here to learn from each other and to see how we can get there, how we can go to that movement. And I want to give you perhaps one of the examples we're using here, of which I'm proud. We have some good things and some bad things. If you change a city, you learn, and you have bumps and you have successes. But one of the most successful things that I'm very proud of is projects we do during the holidays. Because it's projects, and it's called Brussel en vacances, Brussel op vakantie, holiday in Brussels. And it started during COVID. During COVID, we couldn't travel. Many people didn't have the money to travel or were not allowed to travel. We didn't have big events. All the big events were cancelled. And we have a city with 1.2 billion people who live mostly in apartments with no terraces and no gardens. So as a politician, say, okay, what are we going to do about this summer? How are we going to make sure that people can have a good summer? And so we offered a small amount of money for citizens or organizations who wanted to take some small project in a public space. And they needed to be small because it was COVID, so we needed a lot of small spots. And so we gave Brussels 2 weeks to react. And in 2 weeks, we had 100 applications, propositions. And so we even doubled the budget to select more of them. And so we could select eventually 50 of them. And on 50 different locations, we had a street that was opened and that became a play street for children. Or we had a roundabout where they put a lot of sand and it became a little beach. And so we had all kind of different projects. And what was nice about it, it was good because people could go out. We thought it's a good way for people to think about their public space. And so directions were positive, and so we did it again because COVID stayed a bit longer than it was announced. So we did it the second summer, and then COVID was gone. They said, we're going to keep this measurement because actually it's a very positive element, and it helps motivate people to think about their neighborhood in a different way. And so now every year we do it by the idea of having people thinking about public space. But not only because it makes them think about it, but also because the why. Because we start asking people whether they liked the project. And then we did an analysis. And the results were beautiful to see, because people didn't talk about mobility at all. They talked about meeting their neighbors. They said, now I know my neighbors, which is a thing in a city. I found a babysit. I found somebody to do my groceries. So they found and they connected in the neighborhood. Also, especially women and elderly people, they said, we go out more because we feel more safe, and so we go out more. So people felt more welcome in their own public space in their street. And these are so important elements, and this is where ownership starts. This is where we start to give people ownership of the neighborhood, and that's the first step you can do before creating, changing a whole new city. And so now we're using this project, trying to use this project as a step up for bigger investments in a neighborhood and creating support for changes in a neighborhood if you want to rearrange a square. And so we hope in this way we can see how participation in a real action life is going on. So this is just one of the examples we're having about inclusion. I'm going to give one other example, since you're all listening and I don't see you're tired, so I'm going to steal 2 more minutes of your time. Another example, because this is about the hardware. It's about the software and how using the city. And it's something that's just, we found out on the way, on the course. It's about cycling. So Brussels, it doesn't have a cycling culture. I don't think I'm telling a big surprise. People didn't cycle in Brussels. You were quite alone 10 years ago standing on the red light. It has changed because we put in place cycling lanes, and we see that eventually people in Brussels can cycle, they use a bike, we've tripled the number of cyclists, and it is because of infrastructure. But still, 10% of our population can't ride a bike, and many people can't ride a bike in an urban context. So we put in place courses for that. And we said, okay, everybody wants to follow a course on how to learn to cycle, or how to learn to cycle in a city, in an urban context, can take a course. And we also gave, on that course was a trajectory, not only learning to cycle, but also how to maintain your bike, because it's quite costly and our bike shops are all over. We have a lack of them, so if you're looking for a business, open a bike shop. And so it was also a question of learning people how to do small reparations on their bike, and also for people who lived who had financial difficulty to have access to a free bike at the end of a traject. And so it was just a way of getting people on a bike. But then again, we did an evaluation and we asked people what they thought of the project. And again, they didn't talk so much about mobility. Yes, they talked about how they cycled, but they talked about how they had a success. And because more than 90% of the participants were women, and mostly women participating because their children wanted to go on a bike to school and they felt torn into it to learn to cycle themselves, they said we had a success in front of the eyes of our children. And for those women, it was really important. It gave them strength, it empowered them. And they also said we got to meet other women. There were some men in the course, but more than 90% were women, and most of them from neighborhoods with low incomes, and most of them women who didn't have a car, and for whom the only way to transport was before were their feet. So they said we can go farther, because now we have a bike, it's better than our feet, we can go further. We've met other women, and we've become friends, and they're a group of friends, and on a Sunday they go cycling together. We've had a success in front of the eyes of our children, so it gave them a sense of strength and of belonging, and I think these are elements that if you invest in people, that you can see that it can make a difference. these are 2 successes. I'm not going to talk about failures. We had them as well. We learn from them. That's a good thing. If you fall, you have to get up. It's a good learning point. But I hope with these 2 inspirations, I can start to kick off your afternoon, and I hope you can share a lot of your inspirational histories, because I think we can learn from one another, and that's what this network, and that is why this is such an important meeting. So thank you very much, and do enjoy Brussels. We have 3 days of spring every year. This is one of the 3. Enjoy. Go to the left, go to the pedestrian area, take the tram to Tervuren, and you've seen all of Brussels.
Thank you very much, Mr. van den Brandt, and thanks a lot for these inspiring words and experiences. Well, it is now my turn to introduce myself and to say a few words as the scientific advisor of the mobility sphere. And I'm sorry that I'm going to have to start by saying a few words about what is probably Minister van den Brandt's worst nightmare at the moment, aka Carrefour Léonard. Those of you who do not live in Belgium have probably never heard of the Carrefour Léonard. Those of you, on the contrary, who live in Belgium hear about Carrefour Léonard every day these days. At lunchtime, at dinner, every day. Carrefour Léonard is basically an awful turnpike. It is one of the main gates to Brussels. It is a turnpike that is used by thousands of motorists every day, thousands of commuters. And right now, there are public works at Carrefour Léonard. And the thing is, the Carrefour Léonard is, technically speaking, in Flanders, which means that the Minister for Public Works is not Mrs. van den Brandt, but is her alter ego in Flanders. And that minister has decided to launch public works at Carrefour Léonard without any consultation of Minister van den Brandt or of the people of Brussels. The problem is, given that this is the entry gate at the south of Brussels, this Carrefour Léonard is used on a daily basis by thousands of motorists coming from Wallonia, that is the other region of Belgium. Which means that every morning and every evening, there are huge, huge, huge traffic jams at Carrefour Léonard. And basically, these public works are preventing thousands of commuters to go to work in Brussels and to return home after the day of work. It has now become a political crisis. Some politicians have used the word of road nationalism. It has now become a major issue for the political campaign because Brussels has elections coming up on June the 9th, not only European elections, but also regional and federal elections. And I keep asking myself, how is it possible in 2024 that some public works on a turnpike become a gigantic political issue in a modern democracy and in what should be a developed country? And you know the motto, a developed country is not a country where the poor have cars, it is a country where the rich use public transportation. And when you see the traffic jams at Carrefour Léonard every morning, you may wonder whether or not Belgium is indeed a developed country or not. And the reason for that is because for years, there has been talk about an express train, an express suburban train, which the Belgians call the RER, mimicking the French example, but that regional train is still in the works, and it will take probably a few more decades. I didn't say years, I said decades. I mean, they're planning the beginning of the works as we speak in the year 2037. So it is likely that the scaffolding of the Palais de Justice will be gone before the works of this suburban train will start. And I think it highlights the fact that we need to envision mobility, not just within cities, but we need to envision the relationship of the cities with the people walking and coming to the city. And that's especially the case in Brussels, because one of the reasons why there are so many traffic jams in Brussels is because a lot of the commute is still a commute by car because of lack of regional public transport. And the reason I'm mentioning this example of the Carrefour Léonard is because we see that clearly we are going too slowly. We see that a lot of things that should have happened 20 years ago will take another 20 years to happen. And clearly we don't have that luxury to wait because of climate change. And I think we need to wonder and to ponder really why it takes us so much time to do transformations that seem absolutely necessary. And I think one of the reasons why it takes so much time is because climate action is still widely perceived as a constraint, as a burden. And therefore, we try and do as little as possible. And we're pretty good at succeeding in that regard. Every time, indeed, we speak about climate action, we often consider that this is some sort of a burden that we have to carry. And I think we need to, if we want to move faster, we really need to reverse the way we communicate about climate action. And I think that for a very long time, we have insisted on the risks that were associated with inaction. We've insisted on the costs of not acting. We've insisted on the impacts of climate change that would materialize if we were not doing anything. But we've probably not insisted enough on the benefits of action, on the benefits of acting. And we've heard in the first roundtable, I'm sure we'll hear again in the second roundtable, many of the benefits of acting when it comes to mobility. And I really think that mobility, and public transportation in particular, is a great way to materialize these benefits. Because we've seen that investment in public transport, transformation of mobility schemes, were also a way to make the cities more enjoyable, and ultimately the people happier. And that should be, ultimately, I think, the goal of politics. Politics should be about making the lives of people happier. And very often, I think we lose track of that objective. And very often, I'm concerned with the fact that every time I speak to an elected official about climate action, his or her primary concern is always acceptability. How to make this acceptable to people. And the problem, if we frame things in terms of acceptability, is that first, we'll try and do as little as possible, that is, the tiny bit that is acceptable, and even that tiny bit we'll be doing will be considered as divisive. Because we will perceive that the burden is unequally shared between the rich and the poor, between the young and the old, between those who live in cities and those who live in suburbs or in rural areas, and we'll have issues of social cohesion if we perceive climate action as a burden. The thing is, we cannot really perceive it as a project at the moment because I think we have a hard time seeing the benefits. And I think one of the reasons that explain the backlash against climate action at the moment is that people feel the constraint, the burden, the blood and the tears, but they don't see the victory. In other words, they don't see what's in there for them. They don't see the benefits they can get from climate action. And I think that if we want to rescue the Green Deal that is at stake at the moment, if we want to rescue climate action in Europe and beyond, we absolutely need to insist on those benefits, to make them visible, to materialize them for people. And perhaps the best way, not the only way, but perhaps the best way to do so is through mobility. And the reason I care so much about mobility and public transport is because it is perhaps the best way to materialize these benefits for people. Benefits because they'll have more efficient, more comfortable, less costly transportation, but also, and that is important, that is the topic of today, because public transport can reinforce social cohesion. And we all know the benefits of social cohesion. We know the benefits in terms of trust. We know the benefits in terms of happiness, in terms of community life. I think we need to insist also on the benefits of social cohesion when facing the impacts of climate change. Perhaps the segment that is to me the most important in the latest report of the IPCC is one that went a little bit underreported in the press, and that was a segment about the need to reinforce social cohesion as a way to reduce vulnerability to the impacts of climate change. Because a key element of our resilience in the face of climate impacts is social cohesion. In a society where people are isolated from each other, that society as a whole is more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And that is extremely important. And I think we need to insist on this. And I want to provide you with a tragic example that has really marked me a lot. When I was a young PhD student, I did study the people who had been displaced by Hurricane Katrina in Louisiana. And I was 20-something, and I had to spend 1 year in New Orleans. And I was, of course, affiliated with Louisiana State University, the big public university of the state. And I just arrived, and I had to meet my supervisor. And my supervisor was living in Baton Rouge, the capital of the state, and he had invited me for dinner at his home. I had taken the Greyhound bus to Baton Rouge, and then I had taken a taxi to his home, and when I arrived in his home, he asked me where my car was. And I told him, well, of course, I don't have a car. I'm just coming from Europe. Of course, I mean, I've been here for 3 days. I don't have a car, and I have no plan to buy a car. I don't have the money to buy a car. And he went into a state of panic, like, oh, you don't have a car, but you're not going to be able to get anywhere without a car. He was horrified at the idea that I had taken the Greyhound bus from New Orleans to Baton Rouge. That's about 1 hour and a half. He was literally horrified, and he was even feeling guilty because, in his view, taking the Greyhound bus was a dangerous thing to do. And therefore, he decided to lend me one of his cars for a year. And this is how I spent a year in Louisiana driving a massive red Jeep. And the next day, I had to meet my other supervisor, and he was panicked that I didn't have a gun. And so he insisted on giving me a gun, and I declined that offer. I took the offer of the car, not the offer of the gun. But the tragic thing to this story is that during my year in Louisiana, I realized that one of the reasons why so many people perished in the hurricane was because they had no car. And as a matter of fact, when they had to evacuate the city of New Orleans, they did not provide any public transportation. And New Orleans is a city where 25% of the people do not own a car, which means that even though a majority of the people of New Orleans, about 85%, managed to evacuate through motorways in about 48 hours, 60,000 people remain trapped in the city. And for most of them, they remained trapped simply because they did not have a car and because there was no public transportation provided. And that's also the reason why 2,000 of them ultimately perished in the disaster. And I think this highlights very much why public transportation is also extremely important when facing the impacts of climate change. And very often we think of public transportation in terms of decarbonization, and of course that is important and that is a key tool, but we also need to think of public transport when it comes to adaptation to the impacts of climate change. And I think that's an important aspect that is often underreported. And for this to happen, I think we need 4 elements that need to complement each other. First, we will need investment in public transportation. And clearly, not just in Europe, but also beyond, there are still many places, including peripheral areas, suburban areas, where investment in public transport or in cycling lane is non-existent. When it comes to cycling lane, the problem is also often a problem of collaboration between city mayors and mayors of the other suburbs nearby. I mean, I live in Paris, and there are plenty of cycling lanes in Paris, and that is all fine. But I do cycle when I don't want to walk. I mean, the effect on climate change is virtually nil. And the problem is that there are still many people who live in suburbs who would like to bike to walk, but who just cannot because there are no cycling lanes, because some of them don't know how to cycle. And I think that we need to consider that relationship between cities and their suburbs and the people who commute to work in the city. So investment is important. Technology will be important, and I remain confident that artificial intelligence will bring us some of the tools that will really help us transform itineraries, transform schedules to make them better fit to the lives of the people. And very often we have a tendency to oppose solutions, to oppose technology and public policies. I think they need to complement each other, and we need to think how technologies can also make public policies evolve and how they can also make our consuming habits evolve. We will need, as I said, public policies as well. A clear example is when it comes to rail transport across Europe. Very clearly, we still have national railways which are often little connected to each other, and I think that that would be, for the next European Commission, a major and stimulating European project to create a real European train or European rail agencies that would connect the different railways so that we would have performing high-speed trains across Europe. And then, finally, and I conclude here, it is also a matter of imaginaries. What is the images that are associated with public transport? I was shocked to hear recently at a talk quite a famous filmmaker for television, and he was running a series for Netflix and other platforms, and he was being asked the question, why is it that there are so many scenes in airports, in films and television, and so few scenes in train stations? And I was flabbergasted when I heard his answer, and he said, it's just a question of money. The problem is that when you want to shoot a scene in airport, you don't have to pay. And airports are welcoming film and TV crews, and you are welcome to shoot whatever you want in airports. And he said, when you want to shoot a scene in a train station, it costs a lot of money. You need to request a zillion authorization. You need to pay extra cost. It costs a lot of money. And yes, it is much easier when you have to run a TV show or to shoot a movie, to shoot a scene, a transport scene in an airport than in a train station or in a bus station. This is exactly the kind of things that need to change. I mean, we did not get rid of smoking in public space if we allowed heroes in movie to smoke a cigarette. And I think that way really contributed to changing the minds and the imaginaries around tobacco. We also need to change the images and imaginaries around public transportation. That is a simple measure. Tell the managers of train and bus stations to allow TV and film crews to shoot scenes in the stations for free. And that can help a little bit change the way we look at public transport. Thank you very much. And yes. And now I need to introduce the second roundtable of the day, where we'll be looking at the strategies and the governance that are needed to achieve inclusive mobility and social cohesion. And for this roundtable, I'm happy to welcome Tim Asperges, who is a senior advisor for mobility of the city of Leuven in Belgium, Jacob Dalunde, who's a member of the European Parliament sitting on the Committee of Transport and Tourism from Sweden, Ulrike Gero, a political scientist who founded the European Democracy Lab in Germany, And finally, Elisabeth Kothaus, who works at the Directorate General for Mobility and Transport of the European Commission, and in particular, she's heading the unit on social aspects, passenger rights, and equal opportunities. Thank you very much to the four of you. And I will start very basically by asking you the key question around which this roundtable is organized. What are strategies? What is the governance that is needed to achieve inclusive mobility and social cohesion? Tim, would you like to start?
Yeah, thank you. Just a short introduction. So I work for the city of Leuven at this moment for 10 years as an advisor on mobility policy. And I was also lucky to be involved in the whole transition in Brussels, because before I was working for Leuven, which is very close to Brussels. It's only 15 minutes with the train. And to notice, the RER train to Leuven is already working in Belgium. So before I was also working for many years as a consultant and also as an employer for the Brussels region. And what is really... What I can notice is that we indeed need activism to change things on mobility in different cities. The city of Leuven is a very small city compared to Brussels, compared to Paris, and even compared to Amsterdam. But I am representing also the Polis network, which is a city network in Europe with around 112 cities and regions, small cities, big cities, regions, that all try to innovate in urban mobility. And because there is such a huge diversity, you really have to notice what kind of red lines we have to keep in mind. And to introduce to the topic, we were for some years the president of the Polis network, and 3 years ago, it was also the city of Leuven. We really put the topic of just transition on the agenda within the Polis network, just to understand and also to admit that there is an imbalance in mobility offer, and that we really have to focus also what is the core task of we as local authorities in coping with transport poverty, which is an issue which we don't have to underestimate. And City of Leuven is also one of the climate neutral cities. So there have been selected 100 cities in Europe that are more or less on scheme to become climate neutral by 2030. And because we are already pretty doing well on that goal of become climate neutral, it's because we already are working on that topic for many, many years, more than 10 years. There is already a cooperation model where the city companies, the research institutes, but also engaged citizens are involved to prepare an action plan. But again, what is most important is that we keep in mind not to forget a large group that really doesn't has a strong voice in asking for mobility. And the important way of working, how we are dealing with that in Leuven, is that within the city council we really accept that mobility, besides the goal of economic and climate goal, has really a social goal, and that's really the lead that we try to have. And there are 4 points which I would like to introduce for this issue. The first thing is that, of course, having the focus on that active travel, there we really foresee that, like, car ownership has an impact on car use. There we see that bicycle ownership is really a key to more bicycle use, bicycle ownership, and also the possibility to cycle. Not share bikes, really no bicycle ownership. And for that we already have for 15 years, for instance, also a cycling school, because there are also many people that come to live in Leuven. Leuven is a city of 100,000 inhabitants, but above these 100,000 inhabitants, we have 50,000 students. So we are a real student city where cycling is already in the culture, not only by the students, but by everywhere. But a lot of new people that come live in Leuven also can't cycle. And so the cycling school is really an important element which we work on. Also an offer of cycling without age, where we offer some kind of rickshaws that are used for care centers to just cycle around, not to do a specific trip, but just have the contact and have transportation for these people. The second point on the level of shared mobility, we do know that these new mobility services, they are used again by a lot of people that have that really have access to it. But again, we are now setting up an offer where people that really are in low income or people that don't know how to use it, because digibit, the use of digital tools is also a huge problem, where our people on the street, our social workers, are really giving personal assistance to use the offer of shared mobility. And then the third one, which I would like to notice, is the topic of public transport, what we are also here for today. On public transport, the city of Leuven is really depending on what is decided on a regional level. And the last 10 years, the focus of our region, the Flemish region, was really on improving public transport where there is a high demand. This means also for cities, we have more public transport, but at the same time, it should be budget neutral. So this extra supply of public transport means that in these rural areas, there has been done huge cuts of offer of public transport. And that's a thing which we have to deal with also as a city, where also this transport on demand services, and that's my last point to put the emphasis. So this on demand responsive transport is really a key issue which we really have to focus on also in these suburban areas or rural areas, not only for people that have easy access to it, but also for the disabled people, low-income persons, and people with low mobility, because they are really dependent on these kind of transport services. And that's what we really are focusing also on with the city of Leuven, as this is lacking on regional level. And on that topic, we see that there is still a lot of need for extra professional supply, because also our on-demand transport services, they are working well, but they really are also depending on a lot of commitment from volunteers, which is very nice, because besides offering the demand, this personal assistance for people to use this on-demand transport is key element in a specific offer for these kind of groups.
Thank you, Tim. Jacob? Same question?
So I'm a member of the European Parliament, but I would like to share a story from local politics on the importance of when you want climate change policies to have popular support, you need to show the benefits. So I used to be a local politician in Stockholm, and back in 2002, the key election promise from the Stockholm Greens that I used to be a part of was to introduce congestion charges in Stockholm, making sure that those who drive a car into and out of the city have to pay. And we usually want to cooperate with the Social Democrats, and one of their key election promises was not to introduce congestion charges. But we managed to have a left-wing majority, both on the local level and on the national level. And on the national level, the Social Democrats really needed us to form a government. So we told the Social Democrats on the national level, in order for us to cooperate on the national level, you have to call your Stockholm local politician and they have to accept congestion charges. And this was super unpopular. Every other party was against it. The Greens were the only ones in favor. We did polling. 90% of Stockholm citizens were against congestion charges. But we still forced them to do it. But what we did was we first had a trial period. at the end of the term, we would have a trial period of 6 months of congestion charges, but at the same time, we would calculate what would be the income during these months. And we would spend the equivalent on increased quality of public service during the same time. So the trial period began. Everybody was against it. But then the trial period began, and it was amazing. Because so many people realized, well, now when the bus and the metro comes much more often, well, that's a viable alternative for me. And those who really needed to use the motor, they realized, well, there's less congestion, I get to work quicker. So then we ended the trial period with a referendum, and we won with a big majority. And that was the first time in Swedish politics where we implemented a new tax by popular support. Because those who used to use a car but chose public transport, they benefited because increased funding of public transportation. And those who kept using the car were also in favor of the system because of less congestion. So here's a great example where we managed to introduce a system that reduces climate change or reduces climate impact, but we did it by showing the benefits rather than focusing on the guilt. And I think this is a learning issue for all environmentalists, but also for the Greens. Not only focus on the guilt, but also about the benefits of the green transition.
Thank you, Jacob. Very enlightening example indeed. Let me now turn to Ulrike.
Yeah, pleasure for me being here. Thank you for having me. I'm wondering basically since the start of the conference why I have been invited. Perhaps I can introduce myself, Ulrike Gero. I'm a political scientist. I'm not from the mobility sphere. I have nothing to do with transportation politics.
But a lot to do with European Union.
And I was just trying to basically now perhaps intellectualize a little bit your discussion. So you feel, I mean, I am entering your discussion like an alien, seeing a lot of people talking about reduction of cars in towns and smart cities and all of this. I just want to give you my observation as somebody who, yes, I wrote a best-selling book about Europe should become a republic, like a social and democratic vision of Europe. But here's the thing, if you consider that I'm the alien who comes in your discussion and makes some observation, the first observation would be that it is a little bit an incest sort of discussion. What I mean is that the question has been risen, I think, by you, that it's most about cities, smart cities, and basically the elites of this world who are all vegan now, no more meat, no more cars, just riding bicycles and have a smart time in celebrating themselves because they are climate neutral. And to just make this a little bit more sort of political science style, this is just not a majority of people. It's the opposite. And as a political scientist who is observing basically populist movement in Europe, I think this is in a way also a dangerous sort of cultural hegemony discussion in the way it is framed. You know, I mean, in one sense, cultural dominance are changing things. Yeah, cultural dominance 50 years ago was the male driving a BMW, and this was basically male dominance and super chic. And today, the cultural dominance is obviously Tesla driving or e-bike driving, vegan, whatever banker in Luxembourg or in Frankfurt who has a different lifestyle. But still, I think it's very important to realize that this is elites, cultural dominance, lifestyle policies, and these policies are implied to majorities of people. And then the question is, where's the question of democracy? In which space? Is it for the town? Is it for the locality? Is it for the nation? Or is it for the European space? And I'm not saying this because I'm all against it. I'm totally in favor of all sorts of environmental policies. I totally agree that we have a huge problem of pollution. I totally agree in that there's a bad need for policies and that we need to basically save Mother Earth. That's not my point here. Yeah, I'm not in conflict with this. I just want to say that there are strong tendencies, and I will give you some examples, why what you are doing in this sort of smart city talk, and it's mostly about smart cities, is what you could call medialization. Yeah, the citizens, the bourgeois citizens, are living in the smart cities, and in German you would say Gesindel, la racaille in France is outside. Yeah, so you could make an argument that these talks are basically medialization or refeudalization discourses, in which there's a smart city and the less smart rural area. There is a question what smart is. I mean, there is an in and out question: who's in the smart city, who's not in the smart city, who has the right to drive into the smart city, who has not the right to drive into the smart city. Then there's a question about smartness. I mean, what is smart? I mean, can we decide? Is it necessary to be smart? I mean, there's a lot of philosophical question about the terminus technicus of being smart and what it means and how it's framed. And just to leave it there, but I think there's a social and a cultural war going on here, and sort of cultural dominance conflict in political science. And this is why we experience, I would argue, all this populist resistance against it. And we haven't been talking about this, but we are facing European elections to come on the 9th of June. I think there's something ahead like what you could call blue wave. I just would like to recall that yesterday, I think it was, that the National Conservative Party Congress wanted to take place in Brussels, has been shifting locations 3 times, was then basically destroyed by police. I mean, it's not that I like Michael Farage or Orban, yeah, that's not my point. But if we think that we live in a European democracy, or we should have democratic rules, then the question is why in Brussels you don't let a National Conservative Congress, which is a European party meeting, you don't let it take place. And if these people were in the room here and we were sharing discussions with them about Green Deal, about smart cities and so, I think we would have different discussions, because they feel they are the representatives of those who are the left behinds in the discussions like this. And it has been mentioned by Sébastien on the first panel. I think Sébastien was the one who was strongly putting sort of the rural people into this debate. And I think there is reason, because I do not want to go deeper in this, but my second point, after talking about cultural dominance as a first point, is that as a critical political scientist, there's a lot of literature that basically these discourses about follow the science, it's for the good, it's necessary, and so on and so forth, are obviously discourses, and they can be discredited. I mean, there's a lot of literature about greenwashing. There's a lot of literature about basically the governance ruling all these policies, which is capital shifts. It has been said by, I don't know, one of these speakers had been said, never destroy capital. It's always bad policies, and certainly it is. But understanding that the transformation or the transition that we are doing in this electromobility is perhaps for the good of the people, but certainly good for capital, because it's a transition. It's called digitalization, it's traffic control, it's regulation. It's basically ways of governance to do a new production cycle. And I'm not resisting in doing a new production cycle, that we need new production cycles to keep economies alive. And probably we need narratives to keep then these production cycles. And the narrative is this makes you healthier, this is better, and so on and so forth. But let's not forget that there are economic triggers behind, and these economic triggers basically are better for some people and not so good for other people, and that if you have a discourse around and the story is that this is making life healthier and better for all, then this discourse is getting resistance, and for reason, because there's reason to resist this discourse. Also, I would like just to quote Levi Strauss, who was one anthropologist already in the 70s, basically said that 90% of what we call progress is to undo the bad consequences of the progress of the last production cycle. Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot to say about electromobility. I told you I'm an alien in this discussion, and I do not want to go deeper into this, but just yesterday morning I heard on German TV about a French NGO called Hope, H-O-P-E, who was basically doing a huge, apparently, I just listened to the radio, but apparently doing a huge study about the new Elektroschrott, electronical Schrott. I mean, just doing a big argument that all this electromobility is just like, what is Elektroschrott in English? waste, I mean, electronic waste, I mean, just much metal, which is wasted for very short living cycles, yeah? And obviously nobody wants to listen to these things because it's all so smart, but perhaps there is a more critical stance to take. If I had to say, there was this question about what would I go for, you know, the recommendation, my last point to von der Leyen, to do in her second term if she's elected, we don't know. But then I would start with what has been, I think, the starting point of the conference. Somebody would say everything is between train and the bike. So the big distance and the small sort of local, combining the local and the European. But if this is to take place, and beyond methods of governance, which I explained might be more elitist sort of ways of forcing through governance. By the way, as a political scientist, I have a problem with governance. I prefer government and democracy to governance features. I think it's one of the biggest problems of the EU that it has shifted to governance features and has lost any political will. I worked for Jacques Delors in the 90s, was quite a different European Union, but that the goal of remaking European democracy, making participation at all levels sort of better in the European Union. I think this is a big flip side of today's policies. But if we had this, let's assume we could retake a discussion about this, that we need to reform the political democratic system of the EU, and we would succeed. I know it's utopia, but we were talking 2050, so we talk a little bit about utopia. If we want to go for the, say, European level of smart transportation and be more climate neutral is another of these wording I don't buy. I mean, nothing is neutral, so climate neutrality, there's a lot to say about the wording in which we basically run our discussions. But agree that we need to shift away from the car more to the train, and that we need a European high-speed train net. And I'm a clear advisor of this, that we need to build the trains between Paris and Budapest, Copenhagen and Rome and Warsaw and Madrid and all these trains. If we want to have this, the one single thing I would ask the Commission for is to create a European transportation ministry. Because I think it's illusionary to go to get this with all these national deadlocking systems. Everybody, I mean, you are probably working in the Commission. I have my experience with national sort of resistance to European plans. And if I see just my little state, the Bundesrepublik Deutschland, seeing Bavaria blocking this train, which is going underneath the Brenner to not build the last little kilometer, and so we can't shift from car to railway just because the Bavarian state government is blocking European investment, then this is all silly. So that would be my pledge. If we want to have smart sort of European trains, just to say this, the Chinese built 10,000 train kilometers in the last year, 10,000 train kilometers. And their trains are 350 kilometers per hour, and you can have a coin standing and it doesn't fall. Yeah, if the Bundesbahn could get there, I would be very happy. And if we could have a consortium, I think it has been mentioned by you, like Airbus, and we do European train consortium, and we basically have a Republican approach to build European infrastructure and European-wide to shift from cars to train, I would all be in favor. And I think this would shift the discussion slightly more to those people living in the rural areas, giving them the trains and the infrastructure they need by a huge European investment scheme, other than just discussing the bicycle car share in the smart cities of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's interesting that you use BMW as a symbol of cultural dominance, because as a matter of fact, I happen to know the French CEO of BMW, and he was telling me the other day that their best-selling car in France is the Mini, a car that has made a marketing argument of its small size, and the rival car of the Mini, you know it, is the Smart from Mercedes. Anyhow, on this, Elisabeth, your turn.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You work for the European Commission, precisely.
I'm working for the European Commission, indeed. I'm an official. I'm head of unit in the Director General of Mobility and Transport, and head there the unit on social aspects in transport, passenger rights, and equal opportunities. So certainly the topic of this conference is very topical for what we do in our sphere. And when we talk about social coherence and mobility, I think we have to look at it from two perspectives. The one is that we want really that we have to be aware that it's not the one user. It was mentioned several times already. We have different user groups who have very different itineraries, very different needs, and if we want not to leave anyone behind, we have to really design our policy in a different way, which is really considering the different user groups. And it's started, but we are not really 100% there. Yeah? And then on the other side, we have also to think about the workers who work in the transport sector. They are confronted with often not so easy working conditions, not so high salaries, having to commute quite a lot, having maybe not so so easy to handle shifts in their commuting when they have to commute. And they are also now confronted with a huge, let's say, change in their work because of the digitization and also the greening. I think everyone agrees that it's needed. We need less emissions. That is rather clear. But also there, the question is, how don't we leave the workers behind? How do we organize this transition without that too many people lose their job, or even if they lose it, that they then find something else. They are reskilled, upskilled, and so on. And that we also see the opportunities of maybe new jobs in transport, which are much less stressful, which might come up. So I fully agree with you. What is missing sometimes is the positive communication on the benefits. And if we talk, for example, about one example is transport for people with disabilities. You hear always, oh, it's so costly. But the benefit is that everyone, not only people with disabilities, has a much more comfortable way of being transported if there are no hurdles, no high stairs, no unsurmountable distances, easy to switch, and all this. Yeah. So when we do something for people with disabilities, we do it for everyone, and everyone is profiting from that. So if we always talk about cost, that is indeed not helpful. But I think what you said, don't focus on acceptability. I said there, I would disagree. I think we have to focus on acceptability, but we have to do it in a way that people can accept it. Because acceptability is indeed key. Otherwise, we have manifestations and protests because people don't understand the policy. And I think we have to see that we understand the policy. And so when we talk about how do we take all these people with us, so we have, for example, from the European perspective and our work in the European Commission, we work on different levels on mobility. So starting from the local level, we have the EU Urban Agenda. There has been partnerships now, new partnerships for equality that look into this local policy. What can we do to leave nobody behind? Then we have on regional level, we have certainly the cohesion funds, we have the regional funds, where regions can then see that they also spend money on transport, then also complying with these aims. Then we have also quite a lot of funding instruments which help in this. The most recent one is the Social Climate Fund. It's in our, let's say, in our sphere in transport, in the mobility, let's say, circles, not yet, to our conviction, well known enough, because it's 86 billion euro which are available for building, for energy and also for transport. And it's exactly to that member states have to produce national plans how they want to protect people in transport poverty, meaning these are not necessarily only poor people, but exactly those who have no access to transport, or they have only access to transport which is scheduled in a way that it doesn't help them to get their essential things done, to come to the doctor, to get shopping and to school and to their job. And also other vulnerable households. And we are working now on with member states and also stakeholders. So we had now on the 13th of March our first workshop to see what is there already existing as good examples, practices already there, which we could then also put in a guidance for member states that they make most use of good ideas in their national plans, which they have to do until mid-25. And then we also, I think we need to have an effort on EU level when we design our policy, that we are conscious of what does it mean in social relations, and what does that mean in equality relations, how we design policy. And we in DG Move, for example, we have now launched a training and also a handbook, which is being finalized, where colleagues who design policy are trained to discover the social dimension and also the equality dimension, which is not always so obvious. So, for example, if you build a huge road or a huge bridge from one city to the next, or from one capital to the next, you might not see where is there the equality dimension, but you might need safe parking spaces, for example, that everyone dares to use it, also during the night, and so on. So I think there is a really still needed much more intense focus on equality and social aspects. And we have also launched, for example, a network of diversity ambassadors in transport. This can be a CEO, but it can be also a student who wants to do it, to just raise the awareness of all these aspects in transport. And we see that we organize network meetings and so on, and we see that we have even more ambassadors who want to do it than we can at the moment handle. And that's a very positive movement, and the same is also true for what we have for, especially for women in transport. We have a platform where they can exchange across modes and across countries and across professions, which is also not necessarily automatically happening. So I would say there is really still a lot to do. We are on a good path. It always goes too slowly, but we have indeed to work a lot on the benefits, and not, on the other hand, where I also would say we should also not shy away from the negative aspects, because that undermines the credibility of what we do. We cannot just not say it. It doesn't help. People will not believe it anyway. So it's better to be proactive about the problems, explain the problems, but then also focus on why do we do this and why do we need this and what is in the end the big benefit. And I think then we should not have so much problems to sell our green and digital transport policy if we do that well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. If I may ask just a quick follow-up question. If you want to sell the transport and the green policies, I just don't understand this obsession with acceptability. Why do we try to make these policies acceptable rather than try and make them desirable?
Yeah, so
that's a whole different thing.
That's a semantic issue.
Oh, no, to me, that's a completely different thing.
If I can accept something, what is wrong? I mean, I, as a person who elects also politicians, I want to be able to accept the policy.
No, there are the things that I accept, and there are the things that I wish for. I accept that I'm going to die one day. I don't wish to die tomorrow. You see the difference?
Yeah, but
sure, I see the difference.
I mean, if you want to make it desirable, you make it desirable for those who are missing these policies. I mean, the whole, again, your question. I mean, we are still stuck with smart cities, and we are basically discussing since 5 hours the balance between too many cars, accepted, more bicycle lanes, accepted, yeah. But this doesn't build any metro station for the secondary or third towns like, you know, Brugge. I mean, you know that there's this leveling of capital. We were all talking capitals. We were talking Paris, London, Amsterdam. Nobody.
Not true. I talked about the suburbs. You're unfair here.
Sébastien was the only one. I come from Grevenbroich. Nobody knows this town. It's basically between Düsseldorf and Cologne. Yeah, and I could tell you endlessly how I need to get from Grevenbroich to my basically regional capital, which is Düsseldorf, and I need to change the train once. Even for a thing with the car 20 minutes, with the train I need to I have a change to do. Yeah, I mean, if you talk about desirability, then the first thing is that we build the infrastructure there where it is needed, because you cannot go over the fact or gloss over the fact that if we do not substitute the need for cars, I mean, which these people need. I mean, the first panel said it, there was this man starting with, it was Sébastien, making this circle between if I want a job and being paid and have access to education and all of this, I need a car. So there is an in-depth, and that's why I'm saying the smartness is not the terminus. I think there is something about republicanism in terms of res publica is the infrastructure that you need. But just to make it another intellectual argument, I'm sorry for being a little bit nitty on this. Yeah, in the United States, and everything bad from the US comes over to Europe 5 years later, there is the first regulation in Arizona about cities that are commercialized. Yeah, which is that the mayor is the CEO. So the city becomes a company and the mayor is the CEO. And smart people, smart citizens can buy in and the others stay out. We had this in the Middle Ages. You had the bridge, you remember, the Zugbrücke, you know? Most of the towns had town walls to keep the others out, yeah? So those who don't pay in. We have the first things in Germany like this. There is an initiative called Freie Städte Sachsen, which is a little bit the same concept, yeah? So what I see as a political scientist, I'm sorry for stepping with other thoughts in your discussion, but this sort of sneaking out the cities out of say a national democratic territory or a national fabrics of democracy, yeah, sneaking the towns out and basically doing regulation, which is again a balancing regulation, most for traffic problems in larger towns, is not what is a Republican idea to basically democratize a territory. Yeah, and that here I see the biggest sort of driver for populism, which is that the left behinds, if you want to make it desirable, these green policies, you need to build the infrastructure there. And it is not there. It is not there. In Germany, Germany completely failed to build trains. We built more highways last year. All this, we have a green government talking about climate, I don't know what. We built more highways last year in Germany. We had more SUVs allowed for streets than building trains. And then we invent a 49 euro ticket. The trains are completely crowded and, by the way, always too late. So, I mean, if we want smart policies and we want to make them desirable, I think there is one question, which is money, money, money into trains.
Yeah, but
from Leuven, which is not a capital city.
I'm not from a capital city. I live close to a capital city, but it is indeed the issue that in that the towns, the little smaller cities, but especially in the suburban area, that we need to have strong alternatives. But what the issue, which I really have a problem with, and we also had that in the discussion in the former panel, it is correct that in this suburban area, we have a huge amount of people that are car captives, and they need a car to get to work, to get into the city. Also in Leuven, I think we are around 40% of the people in Leuven go to work or school with a bike. 90% of the people living around Leuven come with a car to Leuven. So again, they are car dependent, and there it's really a decision that you need to take as an authority. What I have seen now on the Flemish level, there has been decided we only need to invest in public transport where the demand is high enough. And in this rural or suburban area, we are going to downscale it because we want to do it budget neutral. So it's again a decision, budget neutral in public transport, but giving subsidies to buy electric cars. The people that buy or can buy an electrical car are not the people that have to commute every day from a suburb area to Leuven, because it are the people that can't afford living in Leuven. And again, we have to make decisions as an authority that also people in a weaker position have the choice where to live. And it is really clear also in a very attractive city as Leuven, the low-income workers can't live in our city. is then that a reason that you have to subsidize them to buy a car? Not at all. You have to do other policy measures to give them a choice to live in Leuven. We had at the Polish conference end of last year a discussion also with Luca Di Meo, the president of the ACAA, and also the director of Renault Group. Yeah. And his utopia, a lot of people were really shocked because that is not a solution to urban mobility or to mobility. His utopia was that every person in Paris could afford an electrical Renault Twingo, and that it was the European Commission that should facilitate the possibility that every person living in Paris can afford a private car. This is a really strange utopia when you know how cities have to work, or where this space is not available for these kind of transport modes. And it is important.
Not a strange utopian when your job is to sell cars, I guess.
Yeah.
Elisabeth.
Yeah. Also, I think what we really need to do, and I think that's what we will prepare also in the context of this Social Climate Fund, is that we do a really good mapping of the needs of transport. And I heard yesterday from a colleague at another conference in Dublin, was it, who said, for example, in Switzerland, apparently, they have very clear benchmarks. So they say, for certain, also they look at the time of the day, when does a certain number of people need a transport? And then also, then they decide, they have certain benchmarks, and then when the benchmark is reached, they provide public transport. And if not, they provide transport on demand. But they have a very clear system, and it's really worthwhile looking at this, I think, in the context. And we have other good examples, which we are collecting for the guidance. And I have also some colleagues here dealing with that in more detail. And I think this, if we do the setup here right, then we can take everyone with us. But it has to be done in a way that these people who live also outside the cities have a say. Certainly most people live, meanwhile, in cities. And so if you talk about political majorities, that has certainly a certain influence. But on the other hand, you look at the districts, how people are, how do you say, the election districts. So you have to see for the elections, it's very important. There I agree that we have to really take everyone with us, the regions and the cities, and make a policy which is, as you say, desirable for everyone, so that they can also buy into this policy. And we have to be clear that we cannot do that on one government level alone. It has to be on local level, it has to be on regional level, European level. They have ideally all to work together and to bring their expertise in, so that we can use every instrument which is there to the effect that we then come to policies which are really useful for everyone, and not only the users, as I said, but we have also to think really about the workforce in this context. That's equally important, because we have not enough people who want to work in transport. We face a huge staff shortage, and it's very nice to talk about all what we would like to have in public transport if we don't find the people who drive the bus or the train and so on. So we have a huge challenge there, but I think we have also the methods there, and we need really to focus more on communication on the benefits. So there I'm fully in line with what you said. That's very important.
Before we turn to the audience, Jakob, I wanted to give you the floor for a reaction.
Well, I think both public transport but also trains is actually much more desired than we might think, but at least in theory. It's less desirable in practice because of the current quality of it. But in theory, I think most people would like to use more public transport than they do. Most people would like to go more by trains than they currently do. So take Sweden, for example. One of Sweden's biggest Facebook groups is called Tågsemester, or Train Vacation, where more than 200,000 Swedes, which is quite a lot for such a small country, all sit together and discuss, I would like to go more by trains, but the most commonly asked question is, how do you book the ticket? In most member states, it's actually quite easy to book a ticket within a member state, but as soon as you want to cross a border, it becomes increasingly difficult just to book the ticket. And this is largely due to railway nationalism. When it comes to all the decisions that regulate railway traffic, most of them are taken on the national level. When it comes to track access charges, type approval of the vehicles, the language that the driver speaks to the management system, all those decisions are taken on the national level. And if we want to make public transport and trains more accessible and desirable also in practice, not only in theory, we have to Europeanize the transport sector and make sure that most of those decisions are actually taken on the European level rather than on the national level. And to take a Brussels comparison, I've been living now in the city for 8 years, and we are getting more and more better bike lanes, but it's still a big problem that the decision of whether to have a bike lane or not and how to make them is decided on the municipal level. And in Brussels, it's a patchwork of municipals, which makes it, well, one municipality might think we should have a bike lane here, and then the next municipality disagrees. So it's a patchwork of decisions on bike lanes. And it's a similar dynamic on the European level with the railways. So in order to solve this issue, we need more European decisions on the trains. And here I think in the next commission, I think we need much more stronger legislation when it comes to ticketing, when it comes to governance. That's the only way we really make sure that we have more European railways. Thank you.
Can I just give a hint? Because an Austrian friend of mine has invented an art project initially, which is called Metropa. You can Google it, just Google Metropa. And what he did is he took the 52 most important European towns, and he connected them as if it were a metro réseau, you know. So it looks very nice, yeah, because it gives you first the feeling how small Europe is. Because you take the line number 9 and you go from Oslo to Rome, which is also a nice artwork, yeah, because it rains in Oslo in the morning, you take a metro and you end in Rome. So it's a very nice visualization. And I think this could be, you know, if we are reasoning about demanding and so, because I totally agree, the European train network should need to be, that's why I talked about European Transportation Ministry, yeah. If we want to be real about trains, we need to build 10,000 train kilometers in Europe like the Chinese did. And we need to have that train station from Copenhagen to Rome and to Budapest to France without stumbling in Stuttgart about a train station which the Germans take 20 years to build. And I think here is really and the overnight trains. You know that there's a huge program now with overnight trains, and I agree. I don't know who said it, but you need to put this on an app, because you cannot book a ticket going from Vienna to Madrid overnight in a train and you don't have an app. And this could really a very smart European Commission program to develop these apps with the in the next Commission and go for European Transportation Ministry.
Elizabeth.
Yes, so we call this multimodal digital mobility services, MDMS, and we already started working on that. But it turned out it's not so easy as we thought. So
no kidding.
Yeah, those knowledgeable here in the room, these are many I see, certainly. So we are still working on it, and it will certainly be one of the topics which we will discuss with the next college, and certainly then the same is true with rail ticketing and with also European railways and the network. As we have started, I mean, in the 70s, I think the European Union already started very visionary with a financial regulation to support 3 essential networks: transport, energy, and digital. And these are our main networks to get our essential services done. Yeah. So, but this financing regulation, so the whole transport policy developed really slowly because it's the territory of a member state, and our union is built on that we need a delegation from member states that we can do something on EU level. So it must be in the treaties and then in secondary legislation. Meanwhile, we have made quite some progress. If you look at the latest 10T regulation, it has a lot of potential, but certainly you need still member states applying for the projects, co-financing, and so on. But we are slower than the Chinese, too slow, that's correct, but I think we also still would like to have our democratic procedures, nevertheless. So it takes sometimes longer, but I think we have also good reasons why maybe we don't want to build certain lines in a certain way through a certain neighborhood, because there are also reasons for that. So, we can, as we see that we can, if we want and everyone agrees on a European project, it can be even in 3 weeks in the official journal. It's a question that we have conflicting interests, and it's not always easy to balance them out. And what we as the Commission do is certainly that our job is, on the one side, to be visionary and really have a higher added value, but on the other hand, our proposal must be designed in a way that the Council of Ministers is also willing to discuss it, as well as the Parliament. And that needs, from the start, it's a kind of compromise, but hopefully, and that's at least our ambition, a positive and an ambitious compromise proposal which we put on the table. But it's not in a sphere where you can say we are not in a open space in that sense. I mean, we are fully aware that there are political majorities. All the politicians need political majorities. Also, the ministers in the council need political majorities. So that's not easy. And the negotiations, if there are conflicting interests, it's very difficult. We have it seen now at the Single European Sky Plus negotiations, was also not easy, and not everyone is happy with the result. But we are here with transport and mobility. We are in a policy area which is very sensitive to member states because it's on their territory, and we have a principle of subsidiarity which also makes sense because we say normally things should be dealt with locally where the people are closest. So, but on the other hand, certainly sometimes we have also to make ambitious proposals where we then say, as like you did it where you say, no, we are convinced this is, let's at least give it a try. Yeah, and then you had this political majority to give it a try, and then you got also then the political feedback, but you had then a majority behind you. Yeah, so I think it needs also audacious and convincing politicians to go for a certain thing and then win the majority for it. I think that's rather the way we should go. And to convince our electorate, the electorate and the citizens with the proposals, and maybe also have a culture of trial, these kind of trials. Also we also working and testing a bit some legislation with test beds, for example, so that we can see in a certain environment whether that works or not, and then only go further. So there are many also new ways of testing certain legislation or policy making. But I would say, so there are many things we could do better, but I think we heard the call for MDMS in any case, and also for railway ticketing. I can assure you we are working on it, and we also prepare at the moment the briefing books for the new commissioners. So we have certainly as Commission to propose them something, what we think they could do. It's certainly up to them then to see what they want to take up. But we are fully aware that these things are absolutely crucial. And the Trans-European Transport Network, there you have already such a map
I know,
outlined.
But one question. What about, I mean, there were discussions 10 years ago, 15 years ago about this consortium Siemens-Alstom, sort of a train Airbus. We are totally proud about Airbus, and it was the right decision with lots of political will in the 90s. And we are so happy that this Boeing Airbus now. What about the European train? I mean, is there anything there? Because this, I think, could be put on the agenda. I don't know why this failed in the first place, but even if it fails, I think we should try it again. I think we need a European trained consortium, and I think it should be in this time top-down sort of political incentive, you know, to have that consortium.
Yeah, I think I'm not a specialist in this area, but I think it was a competition issue, competition law issue. So the question, how do you define certain markets and so on? So, but I think that that has to be discussed, and that we need, on the one hand, also competitive industry in Europe to provide us with the let's say the rolling stock and the means to transport. That is certainly also clear.
Clearly, we don't want to merge with Boeing at the moment.
No.
Thank you. Now it's time for question with the audience. So as in the first roundtable, please identify yourself and cut straight to the chase.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nick Brooks from Allrail, the Alliance of Passenger Rail New Entrants. And a couple of buzzwords I heard at various stages during the conversation today, during this discussion, was about acceptability, desirability of public transport, making it positive communication, I think, was used as well. At the same time, in this discussion, you talked about MDMS, which is kind of, I think the goal is to have door-to-door multimodal ground transportation from really any address in the EU to any other address. That is a lofty goal one day. But we saw in Passenger Rights for Rail a couple of years ago that if you put different segments together, different operators, and that invariably will happen, like what Jakob is suggesting to do cross-border, invariably there might be different operators. And unfortunately, in our view, in those rail passenger rights, there was a kind of warning saying if you combine different operators, your passenger rights are not covered, which one could argue is a little bit like a cigarette packet warning. Don't take ground public transport, it's too risky. And we heard the example from the airlines, I think that was yourself, where you said, oh, they let you film in an airport, but they don't do it in a rail station. Are we not putting up artificial barriers to ground transportation? Because in a couple of years, or well, whenever there'll be multimodal passenger rights, do you think there really should be such warnings? Because are they actually not putting people off from taking public transport? Because, you know, those warnings don't exist when you drive your car across Europe, do they?
Thank you. We'll take a second question. If there's an... Over there? No. Oh, just saying hi. That's okay. That's being nice to each other is important. Another question? Yes, at the back, sir.
Hi, Alexandre Santacreu from the European Metropolitan Transport Authorities. I'm based in Paris, in France, a member state that has spent most of the European money from the Resilience and Recovery Fund to bail out the national train company, SNCF. So my question would be for Elisabeth Kotthaus, of course, is there any way people in this room could help you at DG Move make guidance for member states to better spend money from the Social Climate Fund?
Public spending. Do we have a third question in the room? Maybe from a woman? Nope. All right, so we'll stick to these two questions and I'll give you the floor going. Who would like to take which question? Maybe Elisabeth? The second question was addressed directly to you.
I will have to reply. Yeah, so we had indeed very complicated discussions on passenger rights, and we were reforming that. We had a reform proposed in 2017, and then it was adopted in 2021. And the question is that the awareness that if you go with a ticket with different operators, that you have not necessarily you have separate tickets for your journey, and if something goes wrong on the one journey, you don't have the right necessarily to continue your journey with your ticket. You might have to buy another ticket, which is then also a very bad surprise for the passengers. So we discussed...
Airlines have found a solution for this with the alliance and...
they have alliances, and for train there are also such alliances, but they are not so well known, and they also don't cover a lot. Yeah, and and for airlines, indeed, there is a lot of airlines who have a kind of single tickets, although you use several segments with several airlines or even airplanes. And but for rail, we had this problem, and there was the discussion. Also, the European Parliament was very strong on that. They wanted to have more so-called single tickets or through tickets for rail. And
that was me.
Yes, yeah. And quite rightly so, as from a passenger side, very clearly so. But it was a discussion until the very, very end. And the compromise was that, okay, there is an obligation to offer through tickets only for those companies which belong to one sole undertaking. Because that was even the case, although different companies were owned by the same holding, that even though they were owned by the same holding, their tickets were considered separate. And so that is not possible anymore. But that was the red line. So what we have now proposed in our passenger rights proposals now in November 23 is for multimodal ticketing that, and also for rail in the regulation which was adopted in 21, that passengers have to be clearly informed what kind of ticket they get. That doesn't necessarily protect them better, but at least if they are wrongly informed, they get their money back and they get also compensation for that. But we also hope that when passengers better know what kind of tickets are on the market and that they don't get the through tickets they would like to have, that then also the political landscape changes a bit. And I think we have also at the moment, we see that rail becomes really more popular. We have an increase in rail passengers. So that also, let's say, the political climate allows to have maybe find in the new future other compromises than the ones we have at the moment. But at the moment, we have really for passengers a missing transparency. Yeah? They think they have they buy a through ticket and they go from A via B, C to D, and with one more or less ticket, they paid it in one rush, but they have in the end all separate tickets and don't know that they have then to buy a new ticket, and that is extremely costly and also not very helpful. And for multimodal ticketing, indeed, also there is still also the idea behind all this, that is if you offer a single ticket, you must have a kind of cooperation between the railway undertakings and or whatever mobility carrier. And if you have this business case, then they cooperate and then they share the whatever goes wrong and then the liability, etc. And at the moment, we don't see too many incentives for such business cases and such offers. We have some for air and rail. We have also examples, for example, from Northern Europe, where there is a voluntary agreement between bus, rail, and ship. Also, there are such examples, but they're at the moment really a tiny, tiny size of the market. And the question is, how can we incentivize that also this is more on offer? And also to see that there might be also more demand for this, and then also there is more an offer of that.
Just answering on this, but if you want a paradigm change by 2050, I would just suggest that we privatize highway building and we publicize trains. Because the spin we are in is the opposite. In Germany, you have a couple of private trains now. Deutsche Bahn makes the big connections, but in the regions, you have this sort of privatization of trains. Yeah, but if we want to come back to the cohesion factor and the poor people who need also sort of public infrastructure in the regions, yeah, then I don't think you solve it with private trains. And the inversion would be it, yeah. The inversion that the state is no longer responsible for highways, which become a luxury for Porsche owners who want to drive whatever speed on a Sunday afternoon. But then you privatize highways and you publicize trains and you make it public. And then on the European level, you can have a guarantee for each and every European citizen to have a connection between European towns by a publicized train network in Europe. I think that would be a game changer. And I would also think that
that's already the case in France, if I may.
Yeah, in France. France is not always bad, you know. There are some policies.
Hardly a model when it comes to transportation.
Well, the TGV, it's not bad neither, yeah, if you compare to whatever. But I think there is a real thing about privatization of Autobahnen, yeah.
Jakob.
Yes, to get back on ticketing, I would say the root cause of the problem is that for most railway operators in Europe, domestic traffic is sort of 90 or 90% of the business, and cross-border is a very small percentage. And for most of them, they do not see it as beneficial to be deliverers of service that are sold by a third-party vendor. Because if that third-party vendor would be the portal for the end consumer, they would see all the alternatives and there would be competition. Most railway operators would like to be the sole portal vis-à-vis the consumer, which makes sense from a pure domestic perspective. But if we want cross-border railway, third-party vendors is the main way forward. Of course, yes, we can also foresee a future where the Swedish citizen wanting to travel from Västerås to Verona, that would include quite a lot of operators, that could be, of course, booked through a Swedish portal. But still, we end up with a problematic perspective where the Swedish operator might prefer a cooperation with certain other operators and disapprove cooperation with others. This do not create actual proper competitiveness in Europe. Therefore, I think it's better long-term that we go through third-party vendors as the main route going forward in order to make sure that we have proper competition between all operators. So therefore, we should mandate by law that all European operators must have open booking systems that ensure the possibility for third-party vendors to search and book tickets through them, and that we provide a bonus commission for that third-party vendor so that there is a financial revenue that could fund that service, and also a fund that makes sure that we can handle support questions towards the end consumer, but also to make sure that we have that proper incentive. Because some operators in Europe do sell to third-party vendors, but do not offer a commission, which creates no viable commercial situation for that third-party vendor.
Interesting, and certainly food for thought for the drinks afterwards. But before that, I want to yield the floor. First, let me thank the 4 panelists for a very lively discussion. And I will now yield the floor to Colin Scicluna, who's the head of cabinet of the European Commission Vice President for Democracy and Demography. And he will be interviewed by Antoine Grange, the CEO Europe of Transdev. Thank you. I hope I did not mispronounce your name. Thanks for being there.
Head of the Cabinet of the European Commission, Vice President for Democracy and Demography, and we were talking about democracy and demography, and at the end, cohesion and inclusion is ultimately also a question of democracy. So with this post, you focus on initiatives such as the Conference for the Future of Europe and the revitalization of democracy at the European level. How do you propose to enhance citizen participation and democratic inclusion in Europe, in European policy making? And more precisely, how do you see your work in this area intersecting with the challenges we are facing in the mobility?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, for the possibility to be here. I was relieved to hear Ulrike speaking earlier, because then I'm not the only outsider to be contributing, because I'm not coming from this sphere myself. But I heard many interesting ideas, and many of them are very closely linked to a great deal of the work that we're doing, and especially the work that we're doing to try to make policy making and decision making more relatable to citizens, and to bring it closer to citizens. You mentioned the Conference on the Future of Europe, which was in many ways an experiment where for the first time we engaged in a debate with citizens, not in a dialogue with politicians, but we had 800 randomly selected citizens from all over Europe who who were tasked or were given the task of deliberating on the kind of Europe they would like to see. And they discussed all sorts of things, but certainly mobility was one of the issues that was coming up time and time again, whether they were discussing climate, whether they were discussing social policy, whether they were discussing the fact that they come from areas which are being depleted of services. Therefore, I think it's extremely relevant that from my perspective, that we look at the various challenges that are being presented in an event like this. Since the conference, and there were a number of proposals that came out of the conference which linked to transportation, mobility, connectivity, and all of these issues, we've launched a series of European citizens panels on a variety of specific policy areas to feed into the preparation of various policy initiatives. And only last weekend, we finished one of the panels which was dealing with energy efficiency. And out of the 13 recommendations that citizens put forward to the European Commission, 2 of them were about transportation. Again, a very good example of how this is something that is very close to citizens' hearts. We've seen many examples of deliberative processes, especially in cities, which are dealing with mobility and transport networks and accessibility and issues like this. So I think that this is clearly one of the areas where we can deepen the engagement with citizens to bring them closer to the kind of ideas, the kind of policies that we're putting on the table. And in fact, even Minister van der Brandt earlier made the point of the consultation with citizens at all levels of governance. And this is something that we're clearly encouraging from the European Commission.
Let's organize a picnic for the consultation. Okay, how do you perceive the current trends on because it's quite in quite a few countries actually with the upcoming election, the current trend on social fragmentation and the rise of distrust within the European societies, and what strategy do you believe are necessary to address those challenges and to foster the social cohesion at both national and European level?
Well, in the demography side of the work that we're doing, we talk about a phenomenon called the geography of discontent. And this is very much linked to, I've heard a lot today, people talking about those who feel left behind. And this is very, very closely linked to that, where we see that there are voting trends, that there is evidence of the way people feel about institutions, about democracy, about the way they interact with institutions. And this is very much linked to the fact that there is this perception of being left behind. With a great deal of certain policy areas, I was yesterday at an event where there was a discussion about the end of globalization. Clearly, globalization is one of the topics that comes up very frequently in this context. We see that societies are becoming increasingly polarized, echo chambers, which where there's very little access to information or facts about views that are different from those of the core, and this is very, very important as we come up to a European election, a year which is characterized by elections all over the world, some very, very important elections which will be taking place during this year. And we know that aside from the social issues that are linked to this, we have the additional threat of phenomena like disinformation, like manipulation of messaging. So in a sense, democracy is really under threat from a number of directions. And this is why we're trying to develop not only strategies to help member states to strengthen, to vitalize their electoral systems, and to combat disinformation, misinformation, and all sorts of other influences that are trying to affect our democratic processes. But we also think that one of the strongest and most effective things we can do is to dynamize the space between elections. Because elections are extremely important. We live in representative democracies, and that's something I think we all believe in. But elections by themselves aren't enough. Citizens need to feel that the space between elections is one that is welcoming to them. It's one where they can participate, where they can contribute to policy making and have a determining impact also on how the decision making works out.
Okay. For the last question, I would like to come back to mentioning you said the people that to take care of the people that could be left behind. We all recognize the crucial importance of addressing the gap between hyper-connected and peripheral areas, given its significant implications for mobility, employment, development, education, and that it is profoundly impacting the life of people. In this context, how can we ensure effective measures are taken to narrow this divide between territories? So what role do you envision for the European Union to facilitate these efforts?
Well, first of all, I think my colleague Elizabeth already mentioned a number of these measures that are being put in place. It's not always very straightforward, as she mentioned, and I would certainly agree with her on that. However, there are many areas in which there is, let's say, a process is underway, and perhaps it's still too early to see the result of a number of the measures that are being put in place. For instance, cohesion policy was mentioned, but there are also a number of more innovative measures or initiatives that we've put in place. Not too long ago, the Commission adopted an initiative which was called Harnessing Talent in Europe's Regions. And this was specifically targeting regions of Europe that are at risk of or are already in what we call the talent development trap. Essentially brain drain, depletion of resources, people who are leaving to seek their fortunes elsewhere. And we have 84 regions which have been identified as being in one of these two categories. And as part of this initiative, we launched what we call a talent booster mechanism. And at the moment, there are a number of pilot projects being rolled out in various regions to test whether we can actually help to redynamize these regions. As I said, it's still early days. It's still difficult to say this is definitely going to work. But essentially, it's a series of measures that will bring together, it can't only be at the European level, it can't only be at the local level. The different levels of governance have to work together for this to work. Maybe one other point I'd like to mention is in the previous panel, a lot of people were talking about the need to integrate more, to be able to have more cross-border cooperation, to be able to really make Europe work in this respect. Yesterday, many of you might know that the European Council was presented with a report on the future of the single market, prepared by the former Prime Minister of Italy, Enrico Letta. And one of the areas which he identifies as being ripe for the completion of the single market is the transport sector. Mentioning rail, of course, but also various other aspects. And he goes also into the social implications of all of this, because as has been mentioned, of course, it's not just about we need to green our continent. I think there's no doubt about that. We also need to think about the costs attached, the implications attached, and to make sure that the transition is a just one for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks to both of you. And to conclude this afternoon, I would like to invite to the podium the former European Commissioner for Mobility and Transport, Mrs. Violeta Bulc, and we would be delighted to hear you conclude this event and maybe share your views and insights about how to bring things forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. At the end of the day, and I'm supposed to conclude and tell the conclusions of this event. Well, in classical political sense, whatever I say means you have to agree. And I haven't been here the whole day, so I have no clue really what they were talking. But as long as they say whatever I say, it's okay. No, this is an old politics. Unfortunately, the transport did not allow me to be here in the morning with you. So I will not be able to provide you with a real complete set of conclusions. But I will try to challenge you. I'm no longer in politics. I run a global think tank, a global movement. And I will try to share with you the perspective from the outside. because no matter how you look at it, Brussels bubble is still a Brussels bubble. And now that I'm on the outside again, I can feel it. But saying that, I'm very proud in the way which a public engagement is evolving. I'm very much concerned about how the politics is evolving. So I was asked by the organizers to first respond to two questions or comment: implications of elections on the EU mobility and societal cohesion and mobility. Let me be very brief and very straightforward. Elections are extremely important. Are you with me? Elections are extremely important, and not only European elections, but equally important are local elections. Because European Council, all prime ministers sit in it, and they have a very important role to play, because they are one of the decision-making bodies. And the Council of Ministers is equally very important, because they are the ones that within the transport, with the Transport Council, you negotiate, and Commission tries to be a decent broker between the Parliament and the Council. So it is really important who are the people there. Do they look forward? Are they progressive? Are they innovative, open, knowledgeable? Or not? Because that will depend a lot what kind of decisions they will make and what kind of partner they will be in the negotiation. And the same applies to the Parliament. It is extremely important who sits in the Parliament and who is in the Transport Committee, and the same adjectives apply to them as well. So yes, local and European elections are very important. Not to go too deep into this, let me just say one more thing. Transport is just a supporting tool, okay? So if there is no cross-border collaboration, big business or social, transport will not flourish because there is nobody to carry across. Yeah? So what the colleagues mentioned before, the head of the cabinet, a single market, the way how it functions defines really the rhythm and justifies the investments in transport. So we got to work, well, I still say we, whoever I am a citizen now. So yes, we got to work together to get this done. Because if you make a fantastic transport connectivity and nobody's using it, I mean, you can have this philosophical approach, make it and they will use it. But I think it's much wiser if we do this together. Planning, commitments, visions, and of course, define the purpose that we then all follow. That much on the elections. Societal cohesion and mobility. Again, you've heard it today really a lot of times, I'm sure in the morning too. Transport connects and enables. Yeah, so yes, if you don't want to have political unrests, if you do not want to build walls and protect the wealth, yes, you gotta have a balanced development strategy and implementation. So EU cannot afford growing disparity in the development. It cannot afford the growing gap in any kind of area. Unfortunately, it is happening. And what the colleague mentioned for France, it's even more true for eastern part and central part of Europe. That's why there is no high-speed trains going in that direction. And it's just a basic mobility. And more countries are losing their national operators. So instead of me traveling, like luckily when I was a commissioner, one day to Brussels and back, I need to spend 3 days. That's the reality. And that's the social cohesion that doesn't exist. So systemic planning, Europe as a whole, and making sure that we can really bear fruits of the entire EU, it's a big task, and we're just at the beginning. And transport will not solve that issue. Transport has to be one of the players at the table. But there are many other players that need to sit together with the transport in order to then get the proper planning and get the proper funding to be the enabler of cross-border collaboration and connectivity. But that collaboration has to be ensured. What I'm very much encouraged is that we started seriously discussing not only development of urban areas, but we're talking about also smart villages and smart rural areas. And that doesn't mean just digital. That means well-organized, new jobs, means green technologies, means maybe mobility as a service, mobility on demand that will finally bring transport back to rural areas, because that was the first cut the transport carriers and transport providers did in the past when they tried to save the bottom line. They just seized the lines to rural areas. Yeah? So if we want to talk about cohesion, we got to see everything as a whole. And I'm, as I said, very much encouraged that this is now taking place, and we do have more and more activities that are bringing rural areas and urban areas together. If nothing else, for the delivery of food. You know, let's not forget, urban areas largely depend on the food supply from rural areas. And of course, tourism and quality of living and all other similar supporting services. But I'd like to dive even deeper, having a privilege to be here in front of you. And looking back and forward on mobility. Let me just say a couple of words for mobility as a wishful thinking. We want integrated, sustainable, efficient, connected, zero negative externality, people-centric, innovative transport. And yes, a lot has been said about that, for sure. And if you take a look at ChatGPT, the future of mobility, you will hear words like electrification, autonomous vehicle, shared mobility, multimodal solutions, infrastructure modernization, environmental concerns, data-driven optimization, last-mile solution, policy and regulation, urban planning and design. But this is based on the inputs the developed world entered into the big data. Are you with me? And I'm just a little bit challenged that we see just one little section of the whole challenge. So there is a lot to be done in not only relying on digital reports, but to go out and experience life the way it is, to be really fully engaged in citizens' dialogues, not only in the capital cities, but in villages. I do this a lot now. This is my privilege. And I've been in the middle of the biggest flood my country ever experienced, when in half an hour, a huge region, mountaineering region, was flushed away because of the atmospheric river that came down. And that has nothing to do with digitalization, because all the connections were broken, digital, electrical, water supply, all this road infrastructure was destroyed. That you will not find in ChatGPT. And this is where there's a real social cohesion comes into place, where we need to start getting aware of this as well and take this into consideration. And if I continue along these lines, we can probably easily agree that the future will be defined in transport by interconnected mobility as a service, intelligent systems, environmental sustainability, human resilience, user convenience, global regulation. Global regulation. And let me dive into, due to my prior experiences, into this. And I checked ChatGPT. What will it say about challenges of global regulation? And it said standardization, jurisdictional issues, technology adaptation, environmental concern, infrastructure development and investment, security and safety, regulatory enforcement and compliance, digital transformation, and so on and so on. These are globally shared challenges, globally shared. And I fully agree with them. But we are, except in maritime and aviation, not really globally sharing this. We don't have agencies on a global level who will help us to do these alignments and to plan as a planet. So if we want to progress, you know that Europe cannot do it by itself. We have to, we are invited. Who am I to say have to? I hate that word. But we are invited by the challengers to be more active in a global sphere. Because lack of standardization on the first place and harmonization is really the biggest obstacle for market development and for trade and for collaboration and for affordable pricing that can be afforded then and made available to all social classes. So I'm certainly encouraging everyone to take a look more globally. And if, for example, for urban mobility, that would be great to have more standards. You see what happened in computers when every company had its own charging standard. And slowly, I don't know if Apple will finally come on board on European standards or not, but we see how much that adds the cost to the basic tools. So definitely encouraging to work together on a space level. The only thing globally we have is registration of satellites. It's unbelievable that we don't have a UN-based agency like we have ICAO and IMO for space. We don't. And you know, I'm not going to even start what's happening up there. All the challenges that we are now experiencing, and those are not cheap. That's not a cheap equipment. So yes, if we want to continue along with the development of mobility and making it available, we got to start acting more decisively on a global level. And whoever you're going to ask, they will tell you that the future is expected to be driven by new technologies, AI in all variations, new materials, geostrategic political partnerships and networks, user acceptance and behavior, and drive for progress. But AI is driving everything to, I would even say, insane conditions. Machine learning, deep learning, neural networks, neural language processing, computer vision, reinforcement learning, AI ethics and responsibility, edge AI, AI of things, and so on, so on, so on. But what do you hear here? Where can it really help us? In autonomous and automated mobility. But who can, again, afford that? We are making bigger and bigger development gap globally because we are not driving affordable solutions, but we are driving the most expensive and the edge of technology solutions, trying to bring them forward. When EU Commission along with services proposed a very simple solution for €1 chip to be the basic backbone of autonomous mobility, we were rejected by the most developed ones. But because it was too cheap. It was only €1 solution that could go in every vehicle, in every infrastructure, in every backpack, in every bike, everywhere. I was rejected. So no, citizens don't have a full right to say. Corporations drive the development, and somehow we cannot get them to commit to downstream synchronization and standardization. And that will be a decisive element of the mobility of the future. If we cannot find affordable ones, then we will just continue to create bigger and bigger gaps. So at the end, let me now picture you where all this advanced, very high-end technology, this incredible development, got us on a global scale. Poverty is growing. climate and weather changes lead to devastations of unrepairable proportions. Development gaps are deepening. Environmental disasters influenced by people are escalating. Natural resources are depleting. Humans are alienating themselves, ourselves, from the nature, from each other, and oneself. Depression and psychological diseases are growing. Check the statistics. Abuses, human and animal trafficking is increasing beyond beliefs. The future is uncertain, and more we plan, less we predict. Are you with me? So, are we going to continue walking this path until what? So where are we heading? Well, I don't have a magic wand. If you think I'm going to tell you what to do, I won't. But I dare to challenge you with a few more points. What do I see as the future of mobility and where we could make a difference and maybe bridge the gap? The key question in everything is, and this is something we are not asking ourselves enough, and even that's one of the things I'm not happy with my mandate about it. We couldn't get our consciousness to the level that we would start asking these questions, even though that we walked a long way, no doubt about it. So, are we making, with whatever we're talking today about and every regulation that we are passing through, are we making living spaces better? We heard the minister talking about it. Are we making them better? That's the question. Not are we doing anything, but are we making the living spaces better? Are we making our communities happier, more alive and more integrated and innovative and dynamic? Are we deepening our wisdoms, knowledge? Are we improving our relationships? Are we making them more loving and genuine? Are we helping us beings to evolve to our full capacity? Because if we cannot answer these questions with the activities that we're doing, I really don't know why we're doing them. So, on one hand, what do I see for us, Westerns and Western civilization? Fall of Western civilization, which will redirect investments and growth. Nothing new in the last 12,000 years. A lot of civilizations went down the drain. So, it would be nothing special in the face of humanity. Dramatic climate change, which will challenge some of the energy resources and definitely the transport solutions. What else do I see? Repeatable weather disasters destroying infrastructure and challenging the resilience of public investments. Because, for example, the country I know best, we cannot afford another disaster as we had last year. We can't. There is no money left. Shift in social values towards conservatism and individualism even stronger. But life always provides something else, doesn't it? It always surprises us. Nobody planned COVID, nobody planned any of the wars, nobody planned in Juncker's Commission all the 5 major challenges, Brexit and Trump and migrations and Greek crisis and terrorism and so on and so on. Nobody planned that. So the message here is that the most important quality is building capacities to be able to respond to unplanned, unpredicted, emerging situations. And the only way we can do that is collectively. There is no other way. No other way. Nobody can do that alone. So, are we ready to make a decision? Where are you driving? Where are we driving our future? Towards transhumanism, giving up on humanity and nature, and just want to make everything technological, cold, and predictable? Are we going towards destruction? War, conflicts, totalitarianism, ignorance? It seems to be the only answer today to the challenges, the easiest one. Or are we going to reinvent ourselves? The capacity that humans have to reimagine the world we want to live in. I call it eco-civilization. Creating new hope and leading how to human well. And once we answer these questions, solutions for transport will be really trivial. Where are you on this path? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bulc, and clearly this is not all about transport, but transport can tie a lot of things together, and indeed, many of the questions that we've been asking today go beyond the topic of the day. I think this has been a really insightful afternoon that really encapsulates what we're trying to do at the mobility sphere, especially in an era where populism is on the rise. I think it is more important than ever that we can have these conversations about issues that matter and accept that things are often much more complicated than they seem, and that we don't live in a Pareto optimal system, which means that when you touch something, there are lots of other aspects that are also encompassed in it, from the villages until the outer space. Mrs. Bulc, you said something important, which is the more you plan, the less you predict. We did plan some drinks afterwards for a networking event. You'll need to walk out of the door to see if these drinks have really materialized. But before I do that, I really hope that we see many of you for third forum. We have not yet picked the place and the date, but we will keep you posted, and you will also be able to find the videos of the event online and on LinkedIn. On this note, I want to thank warmly the whole communication team at Transdev for the organization, all of you who participated, who talked, who asked questions, or just attended the forum for this really lively discussion, and I hope that was a good use of your time this afternoon. Thank you very much.